When you're sick, traveling, or stranded, you'll wish you'd ordered a medical emergency kit. Order online in minutes and it's shipped to your door. And save $45 with my promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880. That's promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880.
Hey Dave, alternate side parking rules in effect on this Monday morning. Watch for an accident on the Pulaski Skyway inbound in Newark, right past the area of Doremus Ave. It's an accident in the right lane. Troubles on the Garden State Parkway northbound exit 102. Debris spill in the express lane. Southern State Parkway west wrap to the belt, a collision. And the Merritt Parkway southbound exit 8 getting into Stamford. It looks like an accident blocking one lane. Sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drugged driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MAD-HELP, or visit mad.org. I'm Debbie Duhame on 880 ESPN New York.
As parents, we say we'd never put them in harm's way. I'm just gonna pop in the store. But never happens. Even 60-degree days can be deadly for children in the car. So when you park, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes!
Download the Albert app and use promo code BOOST to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code BOOST to get up to $10,000. That's promo code BOOST.
Congratulations to the New York Knicks. They are the 2026 NBA champions. WHSQ and WCBS-FM HD2, New York.
Got the number one pick in the NHL draft, but the men that can't seem to stump. Do something dumb, that's an observation. CLT make them need to run. That's Lawrence Taylor! Call them every trash, CMT for short. Wonder if we best once you peep the score. Up at the crack of dawn, top stories of the morning. While you're yawning, grab your coffee, rise and shine with 8:80 a.m. This is Drop Time. We provide highlights from your favorite teams. Got Dave and Rick making plenty of picks. It's Rule 76.
Take two. Another week. We are back in the saddle, live in living color, 10th day of August, 2026. It is DNR here on ESPN New York. Grassa, DiPietro, Dan and Rick at 800-919-3776. That is the telephone number. I see Ray Santiago. He is back from a well-earned vacation. Joe Leo is here today, as RJ is enjoying some R&R this week. Rick, how was your weekend, pal?
That was fantastic. Please tell me you started the show with the microphone off.
No. Ray, you want to explain?
No, that's fine. It's fine.
Raymond?
Ray's just back. Okay, Ray had a nice, relaxing week off. It's about time.
No, but you pointed the finger at me, and you thought that I was the one that goofed.
I didn't point any finger. I asked a question. That's it.
He just asked if the mic was off, which it was. And that was my fault.
That's it.
We're readjusting. There's a lot of moving parts back here. You know, you got to get used to it again. That's how it goes.
But he implied that I was the one at fault.
I just asked a question. That's it.
I was raring to go, baby.
It's so nice to be back.
Oh, raring to go. How was your week off, Raymond?
Pretty good. I did a whole lot of nothing, which is just the way I like it.
And you know what that is? That's priceless.
I'll take it.
Priceless. We missed you.
I missed this place.
I texted Ray a couple of times, heard nothing back. And that's unlike Ray. And then I thought to myself, I didn't confer with him. I didn't know if he went to some, faraway domain. And I'm like, maybe he's out of pocket. So I was like, I'm going to lay low, and I'm not even going to reach out unless it's an emergency.
Now, we may have an issue.
Uh-oh.
So you know how you guys are all iPhone guys.
Yes.
I'm a Google guy.
Yeah.
Stinky droid guy, as some people like to say. And I'm never changing, by the way.
An SDG, stinky droid guy.
And so I've used an app for the last few years to try to get around that, so you guys can have your blue bubbles and everybody can be happy.
That's correct.
And that app has run into some issues, so I've been missing a lot of messages lately. I don't know how this is all going.
Because I sent you some funnies. I mean, because Ray and I, we're not saving the world with what Ray and I text each other. It's usually some nasty, funny, jocularity. And I sent Ray a couple of really good zingers, and I heard nothing back.
Yeah, I never saw them.
No, should I send them again?
No, they're all over here on the computer. But on the phone, never got them. So every text that you've been getting over the last few days has been off the computer. Fantastic.
No, which is unreasonable. I can't have you walking around with your computer to answer show text messages, right?
Yeah, it's like, what is this, 1984?
Yeah.
Pushing a computer down the block?
Start moving the WhatsApp.
Texting us?
Or just accept the green bubbles like regular people.
Oh, we can move to WhatsApp if you want. I mean, that's something we can discuss. We're supposed to be a team here. If 3 of your teammates, 4 with Dan, I'm sure Joe Leo's got an iPhone also.
Yeah, he's got an iPhone.
If every one of your teammates has an iPhone, maybe you could still be a stinky droid guy in your personal time. Maybe for work, we go iPhone. Instead of carrying around a backpack with your computer to respond to show texts.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Rick, you know this, right? Ray is, after all, Mr. Madison Square Garden. Right? He works tirelessly.
Get an MSG phone.
Thank you.
There it is.
A company phone. You know how many people, I'll say this, okay? In this great industry of ours, I've been blessed to know a lot of people. And I'm not going to single anybody out. But I can say with certainty, there are individuals who are a lot less important at their respective jobs than you are at yours that have multiple phones, one of them the company is paying for. If they have secondary phones, you should have one.
Listen, if one of the 2 companies that I work for wants to put out for a phone, I'm all for it.
Rick, is that unreasonable or not?
I'm all for it.
No, I think that,
Till we get to that point.
The squeaky wheel gets the oil, though. I mean, if you're just sitting there, you don't say anything, and no big problem, and they probably just assume you have an iPhone like everybody else, they're not going to offer you a company phone.
Yeah, but I'm very conscious about. I'm not a needy person. I don't ask for stuff. I don't like to ask.
It's
for stuff.
essential to your job.
Thank you. It's not a material possession,
right? It's not like, hey, I got to stable my women that can't get in touch with you on the stinky droid. I need a business phone for my ladies.
I need the iPhone to swipe right in my spare time. No, that's not what you're doing.
That'd be an interesting.
When
use
I'm
of
using
funds.
my dating apps, the droid keeps freezing up on me. No, that's not what this is. Monica needs to get in touch with me. Rick, Dan, Dave, Joe Leo, John, everybody around you has iPhones.
That is true. Monica and Tyler also complain about the green bubbles.
See? And there we go.
That's the thing.
And there it is.
See?
I haven't gotten those complaints from Alex Faust and Dave Starman, but give them time.
And the stuff, and you know this, the stuff I'm sending you is way more important than that stuff. I mean, it's just from Saturday alone, I saw a couple of things which are hilarious. I sent them to you, and I got no feedback, Rick. None.
In fairness to Ray, and this was, I didn't know it was a stinky droid thing. I just left him alone because I figured he was just enjoying the week off because he needed it. I will say, though, because I didn't even realize that it was happening during his time off, if anyone has any video at all of Raymond playing basketball, I'm going to need it to send to me, please.
You are such a bad guy.
I need to see it.
Where was the basketball?
I got to see it.
So Hoops in the Sun had their the tournament at Orchard Beach. They had a celeb game, a content creators game. And so in the summer, I do kind of work on getting in better shape, and because I'm not at the Garden all the time. I'm not eating junk food as much. Just trying to, and I felt good about my progress. Doing occasional running. Not like you, Dan. I don't run religiously like you. But I'm thinking, I won't be sucking wind within 20 seconds. Nope. Being in shape and being in basketball shape are 2 different things. Because this is not no half court, take it easy.
Bro, the heat index was 100 on Saturday. That should give you some grace.
The heat index was whatever it was. Dude, 30 seconds out there, I felt like I wanted to die. It was terrible. And these guys are all playing hard. There's a dude out there dunking on people.
I mean, what are you doing?
Actually
what are you
dunking
doing?
on people.
What are you know what I'm saying? What are you proving at that point? Whoever the guy is. Really? You think you're going to get signed to the G League, a 10-day contract?
He was proving something, man. He was proving something. And the guy was incredible. He blew by me on one occasion, let me tell you.
Rick, how many of the other players in this content creators game you think had work phones?
It's probably multiple phones.
Multiple.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not talking burner phones or anything.
No,
I'm talking about
they
have a company that is financing their phone bill.
Yeah.
picking up the
personally,
tab.
their own, having just multiple phones. Because I have my personal phone for my friends, close ones, and then I have my business one.
So how did you play? How do you feel like you played?
I didn't play enough to get anything. Yeah, I was trying to set people up. That was basically
you
where
were a facilitator.
I was facilitating.
You were LeBron on Philadelphia.
There was one guy like boxing out for rebounds. You would thought you were playing 90s Knicks ball with this
What are
one
we
guy,
doing?
man.
What are we doing?
It was serious out there.
That's the risk you run.
It was serious out there, let me tell you.
All kidding aside, though, were there any medical-related episodes because it was like 100 degrees?
Not because of that. But I'm telling you, at one point I was saying to myself, like, oh, boy, like, take it easy here, man. I drank a lot of water. I took all these things. Still, like, at one point it's like, hey, you know what? Let's get a sub here because it's not going well.
You got to use judgment in that situation.
Someone has to have video. Who are some of these content creators? Who was the one that blew by you so I could check them out on?
How do you know that somebody blew by him?
I just said.
I just said someone blew by him.
So
missed that part.
Be nice if you listen once in a while. I'm surprised Ray had time to play in the basketball game after your glowing endorsement of the book you read on vacation. I'm surprised he didn't just pick that up and spend the whole week reading that thing.
By the way, you want to get to that real quick? To update the progress?
Yeah, 0 pages.
Have not picked it up since.
Of course. I mean, we
got till the end of the summer. Relax. No. You sound like my wife.
No,
that's what you sound like.
I'm telling you now. You are the reading version of the person that hasn't seen the gym in the last 10 years, but goes to vacation and is in the gym at the hotel.
I like how you make the correlation between the gym and reading. I like that.
Oh, but that's you. I haven't read a book in how long? I'm going to go to Turks and Caicos with my beautiful wife, and you know what I'm going to do? Relive U.S. soccer.
Not relive. I was in the midst of it. I was basking in the middle of it.
Yeah, basking in 100 pages that you'll never
No,
pick
I'm going to
that
finish
book up
that.
again.
It's literally right next to my couch in my loft. It's great.
It's great.
I'm going to pick it up again.
Perfect. It's a perfect living room book now.
Great. I'm actually catching up. I was catching up on some TV that Dave told me to watch, so I'm trying to do that.
And you're going to continue to do that.
I watched the first 2 episodes on Netflix of the Rafael Nadal documentary.
Of course you did.
Which is very good.
Yeah, right. I mean, you have every streaming platform available. You'll be like, should I read this book? Nah, you know what? I'll watch the 4th episode of Quarterbacks.
I haven't watched Quarterbacks yet. You know what we watched on Saturday night? Watched the Michael Jackson movie.
I just watched that as well.
That was fantastic.
It was great.
I swear to God, I don't know. I don't get wrapped up in awards. If he doesn't get some recognition for that, I mean, he was friggin'. I know he was his nephew, but he was incredible.
I thought the young one was. I mean, the young.
He was great too.
He was phenomenal also.
And what's his name? He played Joe Jackson like he was a cartoon, but that's I guess what Joe Jackson's been portrayed
I
as.
wanted to fight him by the end of the movie.
Look, I understand. It takes some liberties in retelling the actualities of what was happening in his life, off the field, if you will, and we know about that. And there was a lot written and said for legal reasons, why they didn't delve into those things. But just in terms of, you want to enjoy yourself, be entertained for 2 hours, with his talents and all that stuff. It was really enjoyable.
It was amazing. It was. My kids loved it. My kids were like, "This is." I got my little one's moonwalking across.
He can do the moonwalk already.
Of course, he's got to. Well, he tries. He's got to put on the show as the movie's going on. He's like, "Hey, watch me, watch me, watch me." So now he's dancing. But yeah, I loved it. Great movie. It looks like they're gonna make another one.
I think. See how it ended? They left it kind of open.
His story continues.
His story continues. Yeah. Meaning, let's see how it does at the box office first. And it made $1 billion around the world. So guess what? The story's going to continue. It wasn't going to continue if nobody went to see it, but people went to see it. So guess what? It's continuing.
Yeah, it's going to continue. I didn't realize also that he had so many just animals at the house too.
Oh yeah, there was a lot going on there.
Like a giraffe walking around. I mean,
I just thought it was the monkey.
No, there was a lot.
No, see, Ray, that's the thing. It didn't start with the monkey.
Yeah,
he got a llama first. He had a pet rat, and then he had a llama, a snake, and then that's when he got. Then the monkey came. He rescued the monkey, and then there was giraffe. The whole deal. Yeah,
it was very good.
It was a really good movie. It really was. They had the dancing and the singing. It was fantastic.
Like you thought you were watching him. You really and truly were. It was incredible. It was. So that was the weekend. There were sports in the weekend too. And as far as the baseball is concerned, I when Ray and I did begin communicating once again via text yesterday, one of the things I sent to Ray was, can you imagine if the Yankees, and I never thought in a million years he'd say this, imagine if the Yankees had the Mets offense, how unstoppable they would be right now.
They wouldn't lose at this point.
They'd be the best. They would be hands down the World Series favorites if they had the Met offense. A Met offense, by the way, which doesn't even have Soto in the lineup, yet they're out there scoring, it seems like 7-8 runs a night. It's incredible.
Yeah, of course they are now.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny? And you know this. This probably doesn't surprise you because you know I consume a lot of baseball. So I popped the Sunday night game on yesterday just for a couple minutes to see what was going on with Houston, San Diego. Beginning as they're getting going with the game on NBC, they flashed the wild card standings in the National League. I kid you not. First time all year, somebody included the Mets in the wild card standings. They were dead on the bottom. They were like 10.5 back of the final spot or whatever, but they actually put the Mets, whatever they are, 12, 13 games under 500, as like the last team in the NL wild card standings.
Yeah, Ray decided to be funny because that's usually what RJ would do. Like, guys, I don't know why you're so upset. The Mets are only 6.5 games out of the wild card.
I'm glad you picked up on that.
Yeah, I picked up. Of course I did. So, yeah, I've been dealing with that all year long because they think it's in their little separate area over there. They think it's funny. The Yankees fans, ha, ha, ha. Look what's happening to the Mets.
Well, that's like what we talk about with the football season. Like, you want to be, at the very least, could we sign up for maybe late November, early December when they show the standings? You want to be in the hunt column.
Well, you
right?
want to. I mean, you don't want to be apathetic to it, right? I mean, that's really where we're at with the Mets. It's like no one in their wildest dreams thought we'd go from last season to being sellers at the deadline, where it's like, okay, if it's not nailed down, sell it. And now what? What are you supposed to do now? We all watch it. I watch it, but it's like you have no feeling towards it.
Yeah, you root for the young pitchers. You root for, Benj Ewing. And when Benj made that great catch, what was it, Friday night, you're like, great, he broke his wrist.
Right.
Typical Mets. But he only missed a day, so he was back in there yesterday, which was good. And, hey, how about Sean Manaea? Maybe Sean Manaea is a part of the rotation next year. You still paid him about $8 gazillion. Might as well put him to good use.
Well, he's starting to figure it out. I think the scary part for me, and I think a lot of Mets fans just in general, is the person that's going to be in charge of rebuilding this thing, right? That's the scary part.
Of course.
Because, we are focused on the young players, and it's exciting. Listen, Carson Bench is exciting. Ewing's exciting. We all know what Soto is. Bichette's starting to hit now, right? It doesn't feel like he's going to go anywhere, and maybe he becomes the player we all expected when you paid him $42 million a year. So there are pieces here, but the expectation is going to be the same as it was going into this season. Like, this is going to be a team that should compete for the division and be a playoff team. Only problem is that he reimagined it this year, and that's what we expected, and we're one of the worst teams in baseball.
Right, exactly. And it's been as miserable a season from top to bottom as you could possibly imagine, and, you still got, 40-something games to go here, but maybe you play spoiler along the way, and you make this thing. The Mets have a tendency to do this, though. And again, I know it's only 1 week since the deadline, but the Mets, and any diehard Met fan will tell you that there have been years where they've been sellers, they've been out of it, since basically, the beginning of June. And then they go on one of these crazy August, early September kind of runs where they tease you for a couple of minutes. Like 2001, the year where you had 9/11 and Piazza with the home run or whatever. The Mets were sellers that year, and that was the year after they went to the World Series. And it was just a hugely disappointing season. Yet after they sold off, they kind of got hot late in the summer to where they worked themselves back into the conversation. And that's why those 9/11 games or whatever, they were they had a pulse, believe it or not. And then they went down to Atlanta the following weekend, and as usual.
Let me ask you a question though. So, what would you attribute that to? I know exactly what I would attribute it to.
What would it be? Well, I don't attribute it to anything. I just think, why is this happening?
Well, I can tell you why I think it's happening, and I don't know for sure because I'm not a part of these teams. But what I would say is this: you heard from Andy Green,
right,
why he didn't think that Freddie Peralta worked in New York. Now, maybe Freddie Peralta just thinks this season, and he's not going to figure it out in Tampa. But the one thing that he pointed to was, the weight of being the guy in this rotation in New York.
Great first start by Freddie in Colorado the other night, too.
You've seen it affect Sonny Gray. There's plenty of guys that you've seen it affect, the pressure of being here. So, maybe is it the pressure of the expectations? And now once all of a sudden season's over, we trade all these pieces off. There's nothing we can just go out and play, and we're not worried about the results. And it frees them up, and that's actually when they start playing better baseball?
Could be the case. I think there's some merit to it. But what's ironic about it is, you got rid of basically your entire bullpen, right? The entire bullpen. And the guys that they have now who you never even heard of, there's 3 or 4. Like that Jeffrey Yan guy who came up and is jumping after he strikes guys out. And there's going to be a brawl at some point probably against some team before the end of the season. But you got guys like that, and they've actually done a halfway decent job. And even somebody like Senga, who I think most Met fans are pretty much done with, but they've made him into a reliever. He's 2 for 2 in that situation to where he's, pitching inning, does his job. I know you're paying him a lot of money next year, but if he could become a dependable reliever for 2027, why the hell not, right? I mean, you got to remake pretty much your entire bullpen as it is.
Right, no one wanted him. Right, I mean, that's the real issue, is that you would have probably liked to trade him this offseason. No one wanted him, so you had him. He wanted to be a starter, right? That's who he thinks he is. He's not, right? Hasn't been. So, I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Like, we can actually use him and be productive, or we could just try to get rid of him for nothing. So this may not be what he wants, but this is where he's effective, so use it. It's tough, though, to watch these games and watch, all of a sudden they're scoring all these runs and everything else and not be a little aggravated.
Yeah, it does. You're like, because where was this in April? That's what you're saying, right? Where was all this in April? Where was all this in May?
Well, it's actually like my biggest frustration with Lindor, right? Like, eventually, like, he'll figure it out and he'll get it going, and he has, like, statistically, right, he has really good seasons, but it's like, okay, I can't have you struggle for a month and a half. Like, you can't win the division in the first month and a half or first 2 months, but you can lose it.
Yep.
You can dig yourself a pretty sizable hole that you got to get out of.
And that's
so there's a bunch of things, but right now the team that deserves to be talked about is the team that's right there and still has the expectation to be in the World Series. That's the Yankees.
And it's finding a way, right? Even though it's not pretty, they're finding a way, and I know they don't get it done yesterday, but they still took a series this weekend against Atlanta. And look, that's going to be the bigger takeaway, and we're going to get to the Yankees here when we come back at 800-919-3776. We'll get Buster on today, coming off the weekend with all the baseball, which is a good thing, so he'll join us at 7:35. Football season is here, so it is time for Around the League at 7:45. Jets are going to be off today. Again, second straight day that Aaron Glenn gives them off before the Buccaneers come up here for joint practices on Tuesday and Wednesday. Giants return to East Rutherford. They had a successful stay in West Virginia, so they begin practice today closer to home. We got the stuff you missed. We got the 3 stars. It is all coming together on this Monday. It is Dan and Rick. It is DNR. It's ESPN New York.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the right seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNNewYorkContests.com.
That's ESPNNewYorkContests.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, New York and New Jersey. Commitment issues? No problem. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $25 a month forever, as in for life. Switch now at boostmobile.com. After 30 gigabytes, you may experience slower speeds. Pay $25 a month as long as you stay on the Boost Mobile Unlimited plan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
All right, Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York on this Monday at 800-919-3776. Oh, did you happen to catch any of the Pro Football Hall of Fame stuff on Saturday?
I did.
Oh, my. Adam Vinatieri, who knew he had that side to him?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sitting there like on the floor with some of the zingers that he's thrown. That's the last thing I expected.
Hey, you got the time. Might as well throw some of your personality in there,
I
right?
mean, the kicker of all people, right?
Yeah, Pat McAfee and his ball, the whole deal. How about his wife? She's just taking it.
That was the one that I mean, I don't. If I was her, I'm like hiding under the table.
Well, I'm sure she knew it was going to be in there.
She got a preview of the speech, you think?
Yeah, like I mean, it like if you would ask Cassie, like, hey, like what was Rick like as a player, or like when you guys used to go out, she'd be like, well, I knew what he was going to do, and then I was there to pick up the pieces, like just make sure that it didn't go completely sideways.
But who knew Adam Vinatieri was that type of guy? So,
I did not know.
Yeah,
I
nobody
didn't
did.
know.
Nobody
But that's what's funny is that's what every player will tell you they miss about the locker room, and it's funny because you'll have certain people that will present themselves a certain way to fans or the media, and then you get them inside the locker room where you have a couple beers with them, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay,
yeah,
that's the real guy.
Loosen them up a little bit. Yeah. Raymond, do you think some of those Hall of Fame things, is that more of an around the league or a stuff you missed? Do you think?
I was thinking to put them in around the league because they're NFL quality. You know,
that's they play in the NFL. Yeah,
they belong there.
Absolutely,
that's the best, right? I mean, they're
not
Hall of Famers.
Not only that, but then you're talking about the class for next year. We had the Hall of Fame game, and somebody who looked really good in the Hall of Fame game.
Carson Beck.
We got to talk about at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's a lot on the plate.
Football's back, baby.
We are back.
It is back. So that's coming up a little bit later on today, and we look forward to it. So we got a lot on this show. That's the great thing about the Monday show. All the stuff going on the weekend, and now we get to wrap it all up here. The Yankees, it's weird because at the end of the day, the objective is to win, right? Sometimes it's not pretty. You don't get style points, that type of stuff. They found a way to win 2 out of 3. They won an extra inning game on Friday night. They're horrible playing extra inning games. So that was
at home,
also
they're not as
positive.
bad. Home, not as bad. On the road, road extra innings is not good.
Still just 2 wins all year. I mean, out of, more than 10 tries, which isn't great.
I'm just saying, historically speaking, under Aaron Boone.
I get it, but I'm worried about this year.
Problem.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the 2021 Yankees are not going to have any role as to what happens with the 2026 Yankees.
Yep.
But again, and I don't want to be that guy. They're winning games, right? The offense still is not solved. Like, I understand it's post-trade deadline, and, the question last week was, did Brian Cashman do enough? Did they bring in enough reinforcements? Like, this offense still is hurting. You know what I mean? Like, they just are still praying and praying and praying for these guys to get back healthy, because that's really the only thing that's going to help this team long-term.
Right. You feel like they definitely made improvements offensively at the deadline. Right, how they fit positionally, that's a different story, right? Just because I don't even think that was a concern for them. It's like we're leaking bad right now. We got to make sure we can get through this until we get Bellinger back and Judge back and then Stanton back. Like those are 3 huge bats. I mean, of the best players you expected to be on your team this year, I mean that's what 3 of the.
So 3 most accomplished players you have in your lineup.
Right, like especially with Stanton and what he's done in the postseason, right? Like the Yankees always get judged in the postseason anyway, right? So that's when we'll make our final decision on if this was a successful season or not. I think what frustrates Yankees fans is when you're getting the kind of starting pitching that you're getting right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like these are games that you should be winning. Yesterday was the game you should win. Schlittler bounces back, he's lights out, and still all you're able to score is a solo. No Trent Grisham home run, and you have like opportunities in the 6th where you got 2nd and 3rd, and you got 1 out, and you got Rice and Ramos coming up, and you can't score a run. Or in the 10th where it's like, okay, Like, we need one to keep this thing going. Obviously, you like to win it, but we need one. You got the ghost runner. At the very least, get him over from second to third. So now an out ties the game, and you can't get that done. Like, I think those are the innings that frustrate Yankees fans the most, because I think every Yankee fan that we talk to is most concerned about that. When you're playing good teams and you're going up against really good starting pitching and really good bullpens, there are going to be times you're going to need to manufacture runs,
right,
or a run, and this Yankees team doesn't do it well.
Last 10 games, you know what they're hitting with runners in scoring position?
Yeah, 088.
088. 6 for 68. I mean, you would think by accident you'd have a little bit more success. Like, it's just not firing for them right now. And you talk about the deadline. They've scored 12 runs in the 5 games since the trade deadline. So that hasn't all come together. The one thing you say about Lombard, who was called up, and he's, the great hope and all these other things. Here's what I'll say about Lombard, and he's far from a finished product yet. He clearly looks like he belongs. Clearly. And it's not too big for him. And those are, I think, impressive signs when you're your first week into the big leagues.
Agreed. I mean, you talk about putting someone into a pressurized situation. I said this to Dave last week. It reminds me of what they did to Nolan McLean last year. Right? Where it's like, hey, we got nothing. Hey, Nolan, come save our season. And it felt like every start was like in a tough spot. And he answered the bell. I mean, you watch him play defense especially. Just how natural, how smooth he is. He's a bigger guy, too. He almost reminds me a little bit of Jeremy Pena, watching him play. Just because of how big and athletic he is. But, I mean, for him to step in the way he stepped in, and like you mentioned, looks like he's this is where he belongs. It's why he was a guy that wasn't going to be traded anywhere.
Right. And the battle come around. You know what I mean? And the one thing I said the minute they called him up, and they haven't done this, but it goes for fans too. You have to minimize your expectations a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, you can't look at this guy as the savior. He's not going to come up here and get 3 hits every single night. He's not going to come in here and be the centerpiece of your offense. That's not what you're asking him to do, and nobody should have that weight on their shoulders, especially at this stage of their career, end of a season like this. But he's fielding his position, which is first and foremost, like you said. The glove it's the glove plays. You know what I mean? Like, he's making the difficult plays look routine, and that's all you can ask for, because even if you could save runs that way, you know what I mean, prevent guys from getting on the bases, especially when you're having so many problems just trying to manufacture any offense whatsoever, that's why a glove like that is important at a premium defensive position.
Agreed. I mean, it's something that you don't want to have to worry about, and it's also, I mean, to have that position solidified now, it gives you the opportunity to use Cabby the way that you wanted to use Cabby. Yeah, I mean, was Cabby a better option than Volpe every day at shortstop? Yeah, but was he a great option at shortstop? No, that's not what the intention was when you brought him here, right? It was that he was going to play a lot, but he was going to play all over the place, which gives you the opportunity now to, make decisions at third base, or if Jazz continues to struggle at second base, right? He can play the outfield. So, I mean, for a kid at 21 years old, with all the hype, to step in and do what he's doing so far on the defensive side of the ball especially, because that is important. Let's not pretend like it's not. I hate when we play that game. Defensive runs saved is important,
right?
And he's playing a hell of a shortstop. Issue is you can sit here and preach all you want about expectations, and let's not get crazy, but you've worked here long enough, and you know that when the team struggles offensively the way the team is struggling, and you've heard all the things you've heard about George Lombard Jr., even if you've already heard that Bat maybe not be ready yet, fans are going to expect the expectations are still going to be through the roof.
But it can't be that way, and you're going to set yourself up for disappointment is what you're going to be doing here.
But that's the reality of the situation they're in, and that's why it's so hard in New York for the Yankees to be a young player and go through the ups and downs when the team's not scoring and the team's not winning. If the team's scoring and you got Judge and you got Stanton and you got Belly and the offense is rolling and he's batting at the bottom of the lineup and he's struggling offensively, but the glove is great, you're not talking about it because you're winning games and you're scoring a bunch of runs. But when you're starting pitchers going, every start it feels like you're getting these lights out starts and you're not winning all these games because you're not scoring any runs. It's unfair, but that's what's going to happen.
Here's Aaron Boone on the state of his team right now.
We have a chance to be a really good club here at the most important time, but we also know we got to improve offensively still to be that complete team. So, we got to keep getting better. Hopefully, we continue to get a little more healthy as we go and we become that team, but we've at least given ourselves a chance, and I feel like we've been playing real competitive baseball while obviously having some challenging days, putting runs on the board. So we got to get better, but I like the grit of the group. I like the focus of the group. We just got to put it together.
44 games left, which It's not a lot of games when you think about it in relation to a 162-game season, but it is a lot of games. 44 games is an eternity when you're separated by, a few games and the standings are as tight as they are, whatever. I mean, but the biggest miracle of the weekend was how about the Red Sox actually lost 2 in a row?
Right.
That was the biggest shocker. Losing a series at home to the lousy A's. I couldn't believe that. So they get a little bit of a break there because, remember, the Red Sox caught them in the loss column. So they're not going away. Tampa Bay, they've just kept churning along here since the deadline. They went out to Seattle this weekend and swept them. And now Seattle's going to fly across the country and take on the Yankees. So I think that the Yankees are getting the M's starting tomorrow at the most opportune time because I'm done with Seattle. I think I'm officially ready to wave the flag. And you know this. You and I, we had Buster, earlier in the summer. Seattle was the team, right? What's the team in the American League you fear? The Yankees should fear. Seattle. Forget, it's not this year. It's not happening. It's not.
No, I think everyone was just waiting for them to figure it out, and they haven't done it. I'll say this, though, and this would be my real question, is by the time you get to where Judge and Bellinger and Stanton are back, and feels like, especially with the Judge part of this thing, and he'll come back, it's just like how much time is he going to have to ramp up until he's ready and he's Aaron Judge? Is it enough time? What damage have you done to the bullpen or to your rotation? Because every one of these games, it's high leverage innings. You're still chasing down Tampa. You're trying to fend off Boston. By the time you get to the playoffs, like how much you gonna have left? This is the most Schlittler's pitched, right? And he's been great, but still, at a certain point, attrition does kick in. And when you get those guys back, does the offense improve so much where you can live with maybe not as good from the rotation in the bullpen as you've had so far?
That's a fair point. And I want to talk about, too, when we come back, the injuries and the latest updates that we do kind of have about when these guys can return. And look, let's face it, it's going to be a big factor as to what the Yankees do the rest of the way. 800-919-3776. Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York.
Hey, Yankees fans. Join us at Yankee Stadium on Friday, August 21st. As the Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays. And don't miss Cody Bellinger Bobblehead Night, presented by T-Mobile. The first 18,000 guests through the gates will take home an exclusive Cody Bellinger bobblehead. Get here early, grab the giveaway, and cheer on the Bronx Bombers. Tickets are available now at Yankees.com/tickets.
Hey, it's Peter Rosenberg. This summer, I made a decision. Instead of just living with my pain, I wanted to find out what was actually causing it. That's why I went to see Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Pain. What I liked right away was his approach. He takes the time to understand what's going on and builds a treatment plan that's right for you, without jumping straight to surgery. If you're dealing with back pain, neck pain, sciatica, or joint pain, it's worth having the conversation. With offices in Woodbridge, Livingston, and Inglewood, getting care is convenient no matter where you are. Go to SamwellPain.com to learn more or schedule an appointment.
At City Harvest, we believe no New Yorker has to go hungry. With your help, we're on the road 365 days a year, rescuing over 77 million pounds of nutritious food and delivering it free to millions of New Yorkers, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles, rallying thousands of New Yorkers to power a network of nourishment across our city. One day, one meal, and one New Yorker at a time. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Kenny here to help you ignite your taste buds with Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shots. Juicy cherry, citrus lime, and blue raspberry. It's that iconic freezer pop flavor, but with none of the guilty sugar aftermath. The perfect summer kick. It's a delicious, portable, zero-sugar energy shot bursting with flavor. Bring on summer with Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Congratulations, New York. The Knicks did it. Through battle after battle, they dominated to become this year's NBA champions. Day in and day out, the hard work paid off. And you were there every step of the way. Enjoy the crown. Own it, because this year is your year. A part of your legacy that will never be forgotten. So celebrate this moment, show your pride, and shop the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
All right, Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York at 800-919-3776. You mentioned Cam Schlittler, who, look, he was great yesterday. What else? It's a normal day at the office for Cam Schlittler. Is it frustrating to lose when you pitch as well as you pitch yesterday?
It's baseball. It happens. And they got a great team, great lineup, and it's been a tough series all weekend. So, again, I'm glad we won the series, but, yeah, it's tough. It's just how it goes sometimes.
Now, am I mistaken? Did I see that yesterday Cam Schlittler and Sean Manaea basically had identical pitching lines?
Yes.
7 innings, 11 punch-outs, 1 run, 3. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy.
And yet
especially
the Yankees,
with Manaea.
Yeah, and the Yankees lose, 2-1, and the Mets win 11, whatever the hell it was, 11-1, 11-0, whatever it was.
Yeah, that's what it looks like when you score runs, actually.
It is nice. It's a luxury to have. But you said before we hit the break about Schlittler, and he has already exceeded his, innings in his professional career. And so every time he picks up a baseball from now till the end of the year, you sit there and wonder, okay, what type of an effect is this going to have? I brought it up the other day. Rewind to last season for the Mets. David Peterson, and I'm not saying that David Peterson is the same caliber of pitcher as Cam Schlittler, but David Peterson was an all-star last year, remember? Like the first half of the season, he was maybe their most dependable starter. He was that good. And you're thinking, he finally has turned a corner. What happened in the second half of the year? He hit rock bottom. You know why? Because he had never thrown that many innings as a professional pitcher. And you saw the regression. And I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen to Cam Schlittler. It clearly hasn't yet, and we're already into August. But you do just wonder, because pitchers are not all cut from the same cloth. And some adapt to situations better than others do. And let's just say if the Yankees are still going to scuffle scoring runs, they need their frontline starters to be frontline starters to give them the best chance of winning games night in and night out.
Right. So, I guess that's why I asked the question, right? It's just, there's still... Now, it doesn't feel like a lot because you played 162, but this is it. This is where you're still trying to win the division. You're still trying to fend off Boston, and every single one of these starts is... They feel it. They know it. They've talked about it. Like, our offense is struggling right now. We need to go out and we need to be almost perfect. And now you start talking about someone like, Cam, who has not pitched this many innings, and now you're talking about... kind of this competition that's been going on with the rotation. It's like, let's see if we can outdo each other. And that's a lot of pressure to put on these guys. Cole, just coming back from the elbow, Rodon's just going to be coming back. And now some of the, Hedrick's been really good, but this isn't like he's got this long track record of being this good. Blackburn, same deal. You're putting a lot of pressure on these guys every single night to go out and be almost perfect. By the time you get to the end of it, what do you have? What do you have left? And is the offense going to be good enough where if you don't get that same kind of production from your rotation or your bullpen, are you scoring enough runs to not make it an issue? Because I don't know what version of Aaron Judge you're going to get. This is also the same guy that I've seen have some of the greatest seasons of all time and then struggle in the postseason.
Well, that's the danger, right? You can't just assume if he gets a clean bill of health, it's okay, Superman is back, let's say on, September 20th. All right, you mean to tell me that this guy's going to just all of a sudden resume mid-season form in a week's time before the playoffs start? Like, that's unrealistic. And as you said, a guy who in his career, despite having MVP legendary seasons, then goes on to say not have the same production in the month of October. So that's a very real thing. You got to consider that could be the case.
Right. I mean, last year you saw him break out of it, and he was great. But it was him, and then nobody else. So now, to have him all of a sudden deal with this injury that he's dealt with and just who knows how long to actually ramp it up. Like, we're excited that he's, like, he said he was coming back, which is huge. But it's like, okay, so what are you going to be doing now? I'm going to be outside running and doing some resistance stuff. Well, that's not great. I mean, it's better than the alternative, but still, like, we're like, time is of the essence right now.
I want to play this cut for you from Aaron Judge. When he did that little scrum last week on the field, I think it was Wednesday, okay? And it was, very informal. A bunch of reporters gathered around him, and he kind of just offered a little bit of an update as to what's been going on here. Listen to this answer. This is, I think, what I want to refer to. Asked if he feels anything in his rib.
I got a broken rib. You're going to feel it, but it's healing up. So that's the progress we want to see, so we can start doing some more and kind of testing and see where we're at. Because you're running out of days. You got 52 days left, 53 days left, so you got to get back out there.
All right, and the reason why that's telling, right, is, he was asked, do you feel anything in your rib? His answer, point blank, Rick, was what? I've got a broken rib, right? So way back at the beginning of this injury, there was no definitive timetable because you don't know how those things are going to heal, right? It's not like, an ankle or a knee or something where, you have a little bit more experience with these type of things. It was a fluky injury to begin with, but he's like, I have a broken rib. He last played on May 31st. You know what I mean? We're already more than 2 months into this, and he still does not have any sort of projection as to when he's going to be back on the field. So that would concern me a lot if I'm a Yankee fan because there's still way too much of a gray area that this guy is going to be able to come back and potentially help save our season.
Well, see, I think there's less gray area about him coming back. Right? I think he's going to come back. It's just what version of him are you going to get when he's back? I'm interested to know because usually with injuries like this, and I brought up the Scadaboo injury, is in comparison to what Malik Neighbors was dealing with. I don't know if it was a fair comparison just because of how gruesome that injury was, but I think it actually works in this case because of how gruesome it actually was. Right? You see a guy get folded up, legs facing the wrong direction, and then you see Malik go up, come down, tore his ACL, meniscus, the whole deal, and it's like, you got people, and they're right. Like, doctors, I would rather have what Scadaboo had, like is an infection obviously not being a part of this, because that'll heal. That's a bone. Like, we know what to expect with that. With Malik, it's, everyone's different, right? You got the meniscus to, contend with and everything else, and now you see it where Scadaboo's back after one of the most horrific injuries you've ever seen, because the bone usually has a certain amount of time where it's going to heal. Like, I'm interested to know what's taking so long with the bone to heal. Right? This is all. I mean, we're going over. This is like 2+ months now.
Yeah, it's like we're going on almost 2.5 months here. It's crazy. But that I said, like it's an inexact science because of the rib injury, right? Like it was fluky.
Well, but that usually it's a broken bone usually heals in a certain amount of time. Like that's where the confusion for me is. Like I thought, like with this. Now I don't know exactly what was broken, but was not, but usually like a bone has a certain amount of time it takes to heal.
Well, remember, and maybe the guys can refresh my memory. Years ago, this was probably. Remember when Judge had that broken bone as well? Didn't he break a rib before?
Yeah.
And it was, and nobody knew what it was, and he was playing through it, and then he had all this imaging, and it showed nothing, and then it took until like the third MRI or whatever. We're like, oh yeah, he's got a broken rib. And then he was out like forever. Remember what I mean? So like, I don't know what it is, why it's so difficult to have a handle on those type of injuries, especially with this player. But it's a real thing, and the Yankees are paying the consequences for it right now. But you look at these, I guess it's a safe bet that Bellinger is going to be the first one back, barring any setbacks, between Judge and Stanton. Like, Bellinger will be the first guy back. I think probably few weeks time, maybe. He could be here before the end of August, which is great. And then the other two guys, you're probably looking at September at the earliest.
By the way, September 2019 is when he originally dove in the outfield, messed up his rib, played out the rest of the season on it, went to spring training. Hey, it's still not right. Got the imaging. 2020, missed time. So there you go.
So he missed all that time during the COVID year? Like the Fugazi 60 games or whatever?
He got the delayed diagnosis in spring training 2020, March 2020. So there you go.
And then there was no baseball for 3 months. So that's what I mean. Like, I don't know why. I mean, I couldn't tell you.
Well, the other thing too is, and again, this is probably partially, Aaron not wanting to be like overly optimistic or put any time frames on this, because the last thing you want to do is have him put any pressure on himself to come back too soon, and all of a sudden now re-injures this thing and he's gone for the entire postseason.
Or if you put a projection on it and it doesn't turn out to come true, then everybody points fingers. Well, who goofed? Who was wrong?
Right.
Was it the doctors? Was it the team? Was it the player? Things like that.
But what exactly are we pushing towards? Like, what is the end game here? Like, are we trying to get this thing healthy enough where we can put you in right field every day? Or is that not even an option because of just the injury, how big you are, like the wear and tear of you being in right field?
You can't run him out there every day in right field.
Well, okay, so now what?
Well, that's why these acquisitions that they made at the deadline, especially Garcia, like, I get it. He's a potent left-handed bat, but he's also a guy that needs to DH probably. You know what I mean? And so does Ben Rice. And so does Giancarlo Stanton. And so does Aaron Judge. And not that it's probably going to be in the same extent as these other two guys, but Cody Bellinger, all this time he's going to miss here with a hamstring, like, they probably want to get him off his feet a little bit too, even though he has so much versatility defensively and he's important in that sense. But it's like, how many you can only write one guy's name in the lineup as the DH each day. And it seems like the Yankees are going to have like 4 on any given day, which is a problem.
Right, and you're not taking Ben Rice out of the lineup.
Then you're not putting him behind the plate either.
Well, which would solve a lot of your problems, but that's not something they're going to do.
Right, but knowing their luck, I mean, watching Hood Price, you're more susceptible to injury behind the plate. You know what I mean? And you can't afford that with him.
Right, of course. And they wanted him to focus on learning a new position and not having to worry about all the the extra stuff that goes into catching. And he's having an MVP caliber season on on the offensive side of it, which is great. But now you just ran through what could end up happening, where it's going to be hard to get your best lineup on the field.
It's a logjam, and that's why last week with those moves, it's like, okay, I know they need an infusion offensively, but it was they were imperfect fits, if you want to put it that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. And now, I mean, could you come to a point where that does come to fruition? And I'm sure we'll start taking phone calls where guys are playing out of position. Like, hey, is it Jazz? Can you move back to third? And now what? Garcia's playing second, or and now you're losing something defensively. So like, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But I don't know, again, because there's no real clarity as to what's going on, what the actual end game is for Aaron Judge when he comes back.
Yeah, we moved off of that moving Jazz around thing. Okay, McMahon is playing a good third base. Jazz, who's not doing anything at the plate, I'm not going to then make him an even more inferior player defensively, playing a position he's not comfortable playing. You know what I mean? And how about that at bat late in the game yesterday, right, where he watches 2 balls go right down the middle, and then all of a sudden he takes like a horrible hack at strike 3, and it wasn't even close. You know what I mean? He has not gotten – it's been a very, very disappointing season for him.
Right. They gave him a day off, right, pinch hit for him. This has not been what everyone expected, and the problem is that he has the ability to do so many things for this team, and it just hasn't – it could be the pressure. It could have been the pressure he put on himself. I mean, it's a contract year. We've seen it happen before. It happened to Pete Alonso. And Pete wasn't talking about how much money he was going to make or going 50 for 50, 50 and 50. So it's unfortunate because with all the injuries, Jazz was one of the guys that you were expecting to step up and help carry this thing offensively, and it hasn't worked out that way.
Pete had a 2-home-run game the other day. Forgot what day it was, but it was
that's great
over the weekend. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Orioles stink though, but regardless, I mean, he's doing his part. That's for sure. The thing about the Yankees though, like we're watching like this weekend. It was kind of like a microcosm of what the formula has to be, right, for them to be successful and to win. Lockdown, great starting pitching. And think about the last time Warren and Weathers even took the ball. Like, those guys spun it great. Like, they were fantastic the last time each of them pitched. You know what I mean? Like, you'll take that. So 1 through 5 now, you feel good about who you're giving the baseball to. Rodon, I think they said, should be back in a couple of weeks. And they could use him in like a piggyback role, they were saying, just to minimize the wear and tear. So they're going to have a wealth of options, when it comes to the arms. But can they get enough offense here? How is that going to kind of just all of a sudden appear out of thin air that, hey, Yankees are going to be able to score 4 or 5 runs a game? Because the fact of the matter is, what is it? They've scored 3 runs or less in 8 of the last 10 games. Like, this is Major League Baseball. Who are you beating if you can't even score more than 3 runs on any given day?
Ooh.
I'm not asking for like 6 or 7. 3 runs or less in 8 out of 10 games.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not. It doesn't feel like it's sustainable.
It's not. It's not.
Well, I said this to Dave, and tell me if you agree or not. And you're probably the better person to ask, just because I don't know if I know anyone that watches more baseball than you watch. I mean, I don't know how you have so much time when you're reading all these U.S. soccer
books. Well, that's why I haven't been able to pick up the book.
When you look at this team and how it's built, and the fact now that they can't score runs, they're getting great starting pitching. The bullpen's been really, really good. But you're playing these tight games. I don't get the sense when I watch this team play that they're built to play that kind of baseball consistently and win, where everything's buttoned up, where it's like, hey, you're making all the defensive plays, you're running the bases the right way. If there's a guy on third with one out, you're hitting a sac fly, to get to manufacture that run. Like, they just don't strike me as that kind of team. Like, if you put them in a series where that's the emphasis of the series and that's how you're going to have to win the series, I don't think that's the kind of team they're capable of being. That's my read on it. That's just having watched them play this season.
I think that, right, if you're not – basically what you're saying is if you don't have a large margin of error, you're going to have to do all the little things right.
Right.
Right? You're not going to beat yourself. You're going to have to find a way to obviously grind out runs. You're going to have to, play lockdown defense, maybe be a little bit more aggressive on the bases, things like that. Yeah, because the MO for the Yankees over the last few years is they haven't been that team. Right? They haven't been. Right? They haven't been a fundamentally outstanding team. That was one of the knocks against Aaron Boone. Remember when they would go through these funks and these lapses and we'd say, like, what I mean, they play like a Little League team sometimes. Like, remember last summer and what was it, July, like that series up in Toronto where they, like, throwing the ball all over the place. Defensively, it was like running themselves off the bases left and right. Like, those have been kind of like the hallmarks of these teams. But if they are going to be different and if they are going to find a way to still win games, they're going to have to turn that around in a hurry. That's why I understand that McMahon is not the bat that you hoped you were getting when you got him from Colorado, but if he could play defense at third base like he's been playing, you've now stabilized shortstop with Lombard. Now my left side of the infield is fine. I don't have to lose sleep at all about my left side of the infield. So I'll take that as a win. You know what I mean? If I'm the Yankees. When you stick Ramos out in left field, for example, like yesterday, Ramos isn't a plus defender at all. At all. You know what I mean? Like, you'll take an average day at the office for him defensively. That's a win. If he just goes out there and makes the plays he's supposed to, right? Just don't give any plays up. So, yeah, there's some spots on the diamond that are still trying to, you're trying to piece it all together, square pegs, round holes type things. And like we said, when you get these injured players back and a handful of them, it seems like, need to be a DH on any given day, well, that's when it's going to get interesting. And I'd hate to be the one to have to sit there and figure all this stuff out.
Yeah, listen, I'm with you, right? With your pitching staff, I think especially when you got a Max Fried on the bump or you got Carlos Rodon on the bump, like having a really good defensive third baseman is critical. I think that's part of the reason why they went with McMahon last year at the deadline, because of that. But when you have holes offensively all over the place, right? It's tough. Like, I mean, now Wells is hitting better, but still, for most of the majority of the season, he hasn't been a major league hitter, right? So now I got catcher. I got short. I got third. Jazz hasn't hit well at second. Grisham hasn't been the same player in center. Now you're talking, I mean, how many spots in that lineup? So, yeah, in a perfect world, I'd like to have, a great defensive third baseman, but when when I don't have any hitting, it's tough to have the bottom of your lineup look like the bottom of your lineup looks sometimes.
800-919-3776. Remember, more baseball with Buster Olney coming up at 7:35. He'll join us today, coming off all the news for the weekend. We come back, we'll switch gears, do a little football, as we are now officially in game week to kick off the preseason. It is Dan, it is Rick. It's DNR on ESPN New York.
This is Carlin on ESPN New York.
Jeff Passan is with us, WWE guy. Where are you on Danhausen?
It's I, Danhausen, here with great news. You're still cursed.
Entertaining, annoying. Your thoughts?
I think you can be both at the same time.
And that's brilliant. And that's how I've made a career.
Chris Carlin, weekdays at 10 a.m. on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
Hey, it's Alan Hahn. At Rings End, they're there to help realize your modern design visions. That's why they partner with Marvin. Engineered for big ideas, Marvin Modern Windows and Doors deliver effortless elegance, expansive views, and industry-leading innovation, all in a modular system designed to meet the exacting principles of modern architecture. Experience Marvin Modern at a Rings End showroom today and create something stunning with them. Rings End is a certified Marvin installing retailer.
6:56 on this Monday morning. Let us get our check of the roads and say good morning, Debbie Duhame.
Good morning, Dan. Hey, Rick. Good morning, guys. Let's see what's happening. We've got delays on the M train, delays in both directions with emergency activity over at Metropolitan Avenue. Inbound George Washington Bridge 20, the inbound Lincoln Tunnel 10, Holland about 30, outbound George lower a collision. Watch for slowdowns on Route 1 north at Old Post Road in Edison with a collision. Grand Central Parkway west at the Clearview, accident blocking one lane. Traffic is sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Duhame on 880 ESPN New York.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad. That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad.
Daddy?
Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by September 1st and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by September 1st and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
When's the last time payroll was the easy part of your week? With Gusto, it can be. Gusto is the all-in-one platform designed to take the hassle out of managing your team, from payroll and compliance to hiring, onboarding, and more. With Gusto, you can get back 2 full days each month with all the time you've saved. Go to gusto.com today and learn why over 500,000 small businesses choose Gusto. That's GUSTO.com. Gusto.com.
880 ESPN, WHSQ, and WCBS-FM HD2, New York. A Good Karma Brands radio station. This is DiPietro and Rothenberg.
You guys are all iPhone guys.
Yes.
I'm a Google guy.
Yeah.
Or Stinky Droid guy, as some people like to say. So I've used an app for the last few years to try to get around that so you guys can have your blue bubbles and everybody can be happy. That app has run into some issues, so I've been missing a lot of messages lately.
If every one of your teammates has an iPhone, maybe you could still be a Stinky Droid guy in your personal time. Maybe for work, we go iPhone.
I'm not a needy person. I don't ask for stuff. I don't like to ask.
It's essential to your job.
Thank you.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg.
I need the iPhone to swipe right in my spare time. No, that's not what you're doing.
On ESPN New York. And streaming live on YouTube.
That's right. Use your screen time wisely, kids. Hour 2 on this Monday. It's DNR. It's Dan and Rick. That's right. ESPN New York. Sun is up. at 800-919-3776. That is the telephone number. Ray Santiago back from vacation. Joe Leo hanging out with us here today as well. Buster Olney's going to join the festivities coming up in about a half an hour. Rick and I will see if we can keep our respective questions to less than 41 seconds approximately each, and we can have a nice baseball conversation with Buster. But that's not going to be too difficult, right?
I've said this to you before. I think the problem with Buster is he's so engaging, and there's so much that you just want to have a conversation, right? You don't want to just, pepper him with questions. You want a little back and forth.
Exactly.
Right.
It's not just Buster, what do you think about, the extra inning rule, the runaround set? No, you want to get into an engaging, deep conversation. There's so much happening. This is we're getting close to the money portion of the baseball season. You expect a little comprehensive back and forth.
Right, and I think the big question for him today is, this is supposed to be the week that he pays off the wager. Wednesday's supposed to be the day. I think he's going to be in New York on Wednesday, and he floated, 2 weeks ago, out the idea of doing a little Peter Luger's on Wednesday.
So wait a sec. Wednesday in New York, what, for the Yankees or just in general?
He's in town for the Yankees.
Against Seattle?
I think so, yeah. I think that's one of those games is the ESPN game.
Stand by.
I think that game was circled early on in the season,
Did they flex out of it because Seattle stinks? No, it says ESPN Wednesday. Oh.
There's your answer.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right, you're going to have to follow up on that. That might be first question.
No, I'll put that in the possible topics email for Buster.
There you go.
I think Buster knows it's coming. He's got to know it's coming.
Buster's a cerebral guy. He knows these type of things.
He knows this is all that Dave has talked about for the last
So even though
year.
Dave is on vacation, he's still going to go ahead and make sure that he cashes in on this.
That's right. Yeah, he's not going to pass this up. Are you crazy?
He didn't bring that up yesterday. I was texting with him yesterday. He didn't bring that up. He
I got to
failed
tell
to
you
mention
too.
that. Yeah.
I got to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
You know how I feel about Peter Luger's and the burger. I love it. Okay?
I've never been to Luger's.
You're out of your mind.
All right, fine.
You should come. You should. If we do it on Wednesday, you should come with us. Then.
I might have to be at Florham Park.
Come on.
It's the Jets-Bucks joint practice thing.
Let's stop.
Dude, there's a game this week. This is real stuff.
Hey, get your head out of Baker Mayfield's ass, and you'll come to Peter Luger's. All right?
Why would I go to Peter Luger's if I get a better look at a steak by sticking my head up Baker Mayfield's?
AG, tell me about your superpowers, AG. How's the defense going to look?
No, we got to do interviews, man.
David, will you sign my ball? I've heard you've been a game wrecker so far in camp.
Who?
David Bailey.
Oh, he's been great, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've heard.
Oh.
So anyway,
yeah.
So I'd love to have you join us. Last 2 times I've been to Luger's. Took my wife for Mother's Day. That's where she wanted to go because she loves the burgers. Didn't realize they don't serve burgers on holidays, so no burger.
Wait, time out.
Yeah, no burgers.
So you're telling me that I'm a fool for not going to a place that wouldn't even serve a burger on a holiday?
I didn't know. Everyone loves the burger. I'm just like, okay, let's have burgers. Got there at the right time, right before 4 o'clock. No burgers.
All these steakhouses, by the way, have phenomenal burgers too.
Yes, because they're grinding up their steaks. It's delicious. Last time I went, like a gentleman, right? Plenty of time, no holiday, burger, let's go. But I'd like to have the steak sandwich also because the steak sandwich is delicious.
Oh.
No steak sandwiches. They ran out of bread.
So basically, you're swearing up and down about this place. They don't now do burgers on holidays. They run out of bread on a day that ends in Y. Yeah. And I'm going to sit here and say that this is one of my big life's regrets that I never made it to.
Now, listen, don't get me wrong. I had 2 burgers, which is, fine. But the steak sandwich I was looking forward to it. Yeah, you have to come.
You know who does a great burger, Raymond? Capital Grill.
I have heard this. Got to check that out.
I think you'd say, listen, Jets, backseat, lunch, let's do it.
This is in Brooklyn, right?
Yeah. Walking distance, I've heard from the studio.
No.
What do you mean, no? I drive right by it, Ray.
You can take the walk if you like to.
I drive right by this place. I don't want to jinx it, though.
How far is it from the office?
It's 3 miles. I suggested a walk because I thought it would be nice.
You can walk. I
thought it'd be a nice 3-mile walk.
I'm not sure it's something
I don't want to watch the sunset if I have to walk.
Eat your face off, and then you walk back.
And you burn off all the calories.
Right. Did you even eat it? I don't know.
Yeah, but you think Buster's going to go day of game?
That's what he said.
But does he have a day of game routine?
Yeah, well, we're not talking about having a 3-hour lunch here.
Well, but I mean, that's a very hearty, substantial meal. He's not going to like show up to Peter Luger's and get like the lettuce wedge. You know what I mean? You're going to sit there and pound like pounds of meat. And so he's going to be full. He's going to be sitting there on TV that night talking about, Bryce Miller and the Mariners' pitching deficiencies, and you're going to hear his stomach going like.
I'm not sure how I like if you worded that or not.
Pounding the meat.
Yeah, I'd also be tired if I was just pounding meat all afternoon. Might be sore also.
Well, like I said, he's not going to get the lettuce wedge.
Yeah,
he's going to help himself to some good old, some protein.
Would you be eating a lot of lettuce right now?
No, lettuce is like the bane of our planet right now.
I think he'll go with a burger, and then swing by the hotel. Take care of your business, and then you feel great by the time you get to the stadium.
And they're still cash only Lugers.
I think they take debit cards too. But Buster's is flush with cash. He's not worried about it.
Yeah, but I'm not going to freeload. So Buster's the one who's supposedly picking up this tab?
Buster said that Aaron Judge would hit 370. He deserves everything that he gets.
It was bold.
And then you probably have a Sunday with some schlag.
A schlag Sunday?
Schlag? No, it's the whip. It's the dude.
No,
wait till you taste the schlag.
Sunday. I'm okay.
You love the schlag.
No, I'm not going to do the
Sunday.
Sunday.
It's so good.
I'm not going to do this Sunday.
You're missing out. They give you some gold chocolate coins at the end. Take home.
What is it, like the Willy Wonka factory?
You treat the wife. A little chocolate. I got you, honey.
I'll tell you what. The gold chocolate coins probably are going to go great for that nice, long, hot, steamy walk back to the car for the 3 miles in August.
I'll tell you right now.
Those gold coins are going to go great.
I'll tell you right now. You head up to Florham Park with a handful of those gold chocolate coins. Any interview you want. Promise you.
There aren't time constraints. You realize that, right? Like, I just don't, roll in there and be like, hey, let me talk this it's in the allotted window.
Dan Grassa. You're the pre- and post guy.
It doesn't matter who I am.
You're friends with Buttle.
That's true.
You should own that place.
Ray, when you go to the Lugers, do you drive or do you take the train? What do you do from here?
I'd probably be driving if I'm going to Lugers.
How's the parking situation?
It's been a long time since I've been. The last time I was there, parking not great.
Well, you drive everywhere, so how's the parking situation there? You said you went with your wife for Mother's Day.
I didn't go to that one. I went to the one by me.
Oh, I didn't know there was one by you.
Yeah, there's one in Great Neck.
I was about to say, why would you drive all the way to Brooklyn? That didn't make any sense.
Not because it's the original. I mean, I guess you could, but no, I was right down Great Neck. That one's too far. Otherwise, the parking there's fine.
So basically, if there wasn't one in Great Neck, you're not schlepping all the way to Brooklyn to be able to get the cheeseburger or whatever.
Probably not as frequently as I do it. Yeah, that's more of a once or twice a year kind of deal.
Do we know if Wednesday's a holiday? Is it some sort of holiday they make up?
I don't believe
the feast of the whatever.
No, and if it happens, I'm calling ahead and reserving a steak sandwich.
Second Wednesday of August. Holiday, alternate side suspended or something like that?
Because I was told you can do that. You can reserve the sandwich. I'll reserve it a sandwich. Multiple, maybe 2, so the table can have
You can reserve a sandwich?
Yes, you can reserve a sandwich.
It's Mary's birthday, but other than that.
On Wednesday?
Yeah.
Who's Mary?
August 12th. Mother Mary?
Mother of Christ.
Mother of Jesus?
Do you hear how angry he was? Can we save that for the end of time?
You just said you were going to pound meat all afternoon. I don't start saving mine. I didn't know whose birthday it was.
Imagine when Rick goes to church on Sunday, the priest or whatever says something about Mary or whatever, and then out of nowhere Rick goes, "Who's Mary?" You're sounding so angry.
I think if I was in church, I would have a better idea. I just threw Mary out of nowhere. I don't know what Joe Leo's thinking. Can't trust this guy.
Is her birthday the same day every single year?
That's how birthdays work.
No, but it's like a church calendar. No. You guys are missing the point. You guys are missing the point.
No, sometimes
Joe Leo's
sometimes
coming
it's
out firing. I love it.
Wow.
Yeah, Joe, they had birth certificates back in those days.
Sometimes it's on the 12th, other times it's the 13th.
Yeah.
Maybe
the only reason why I know this is
they had maternity leave in those days too. So she skipped out on work for about 4 months.
It's not on the NYC parking calendar, Dan, if that's the reason you were asking.
Well, that's what I mean.
Alternate side of parking is not in effect.
Alternate side is not in effect, so that's how important her birthday is, apparently.
No, the only reason why I know that is I went to the Vatican on August 12th, and they were closed.
And they give out party hats?
No. They just said you can't go into the Vatican. That would be fun, though.
You're an idiot. Seriously. There's something wrong with you. Seriously.
Oh, my God.
Jolio, well done. That's how birthdays work. That's one of your funnier lines. Congratulations. Good stuff.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I think you take a break from the Jets. You'll be back up there.
I've taken a break from the Jets for the last 6 months.
Yeah, be
now
back
it's
up
the
there
season.
on Thursday.
You
You'll
believe
be back
this
up
guy?
there on Thursday.
Like I make the NFL's calendar and the schedule. They'll take a break from the Jets. They've been off for the last 6 months.
Yeah, but you just gave them 2 days off. It's not your fault.
But don't you understand? There is a game on Friday.
Ugh.
Okay? Practice resumes tomorrow and Wednesday. Those are the only 2 days this week against
What
the
kind of information are you
Tampa
going to
Bay-
get up there? Well, what are you going to be doing up there?
I have to sit down with a player, and we have to have a back-and-forth engaging conversation, which we then play in the pregame show if you know anything about the format. This is nothing new.
How dare you? How dare you?
Yeah, that's what I'm
if
saying.
I know anything about the
calling you
fall, I'm a loyal listener to your show.
No, you're not.
How
Because if you
dare
were, you wouldn't sit here and give me as much garbage as you're giving me. Like
Sometimes
I
I
just
go
skip
and-
out for a cheeseburger.
I go and sit in the car and listen to you and Buttle. Dare you?
It is a good program.
Yeah, it's terrific.
Really good.
Dare you?
You believe him, Ray?
Do I know how it works? I went to school for this.
I miss this.
I went to school for this.
I miss this stuff.
I still don't know what I'm more offended at, that he wants me to skip out and, his words, take a break from the Jets, or the who's Mary?
Put some respect on Mary's
Yeah,
birthday.
why don't you interview me and Peter Lucas? I'll give you the same answers. I'm really looking forward to the season. Things are going great in camp. I mean, come on. What are we doing? No one quit on AG last year. It's going to be different. Expecting something special.
Speaking of birthdays, did you see that thing that happened down at the Jersey Shore at that one pizza joint at in Point Pleasant? Did you see that?
I'm assuming it wasn't good.
No, it went viral.
Oh, boy.
So, like, a bunch of folks, I don't know how old they were, whatever. It was somebody's birthday. They rolled into one of these pizza joints on the boardwalk in Point Pleasant, and they wanted to, like, basically throw themselves, or throw an impromptu little birthday party. They had a cake and everything. And so, like, they asked the people at the pizzeria, like, do you have...
This is Joey Tomatoes thing?
Joey Tomatoes.
Okay.
If you have a cake knife, and I guess the woman that worked there, whatever, came out and basically was just, like, railing on them, like, what do you think this is? This isn't a restaurant. Like, no, we don't have a cake knife. But I kind of side with the place. You can't just throw, like, a birthday party wherever you feel like it.
We just did a story where people at a restaurant threw a wedding without the restaurant knowing.
Well,
Right, they put a bunch of tables together.
That's how to throw. Well, that's how to throw a wedding on the cheap. You know,
that's one of the great stories.
It really is.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one got some mileage.
They doubled down. I love it. The pizzeria. They doubled down.
Yeah, they should. They'd get my business anytime I'm in that neck of the woods in Point Pleasant.
Well, it's on the boardwalk, man. It's right there on Jenkinson. So
I haven't been down to Point Pleasant in forever.
Next time you're in Point Pleasant, go check it out.
Shoot.
Leave the beach bash, go right over.
You want to pretend like it's your birthday on Wednesday? We'll bring you a cake and see if we'll chop it up.
I'm not going to pretend that I share a birthday with the Blessed Mother. Can't do that.
Well, it's nice that it falls in the
Mother of
maybe
Christ
it falls in the same
deserves her
day
own
this year.
day. Taking a back seat.
Since her birthday changes days, maybe it happens to fall on your day.
That's actually one of my big pet peeves, by the way. Like, when I saw that story about the thing down at Point Pleasant, I was saying this to my wife. I was like, and she knows this. People who don't have summer birthdays but want to throw themselves birthday parties in the summer because their birthday takes place at a time of the year where it's not conducive to having, like, an outdoor birthday party. Those people are, you lose me. You lose me.
I don't understand.
I'll give you a perfect example. Let's say your birthday is in November.
Yep.
But yet you are going to throw yourself a summertime birthday party like next week because it's nicer weather. Because when it's your birthday, you can't have a nice outdoor party.
So I'm having a summer-themed party in November.
Correct. And it's your birthday party.
Okay.
People do this. There are people that do such things.
I've never seen that. I've never been to one of those.
It's very much a thing.
Okay.
It's very, very troubling.
Interesting.
Joe, you agree?
Completely agree.
Yeah. Your birthday's your birthday. You
I've
don't
never
like
been
when
to
your
one of these.
birthday is...
I've never been to one. I feel like, Jolie, you've been to one of these summer-themed winter parties?
I have not, but as someone with a summer birthday party or summer birthday, stop.
Is your birthday today?
Today is my birthday.
Get the hell out of
happy
here.
birthday.
Get out. See, now...
my goodness.
So stop.
Come on, Dan.
No. You're taking as much heat on this one as I am. Like, I feel
just
like
got
a
the
bad
email,
guy.
too.
We've sat here and
I
talked
just
about...
got the email. It's my fault. I just got the email.
What email?
I did. Did we get an email with the birthdays at the office? I didn't put it in my
No,
calendar.
but they don't put our birthdays in it because
Yeah, my
we're
birthday's not on that list.
We're not technically part of that
We're
side
not
of the
cool
room.
kids. We're not the cool kids.
Well,
You
that's
know
why I
what
didn't know
Don't
that.
get those.
So your birthday,
Yeah.
you're not on the birthday list.
Nope.
See, this is John's fault then. This is not my fault.
It's not him. Those are GKB birthdays.
Well, then it's John's fault.
How is it John's fault?
He should send out an email for us
John's
with
not
all the
gonna do that.
birthdays.
What's he going to do? Have goodie bags in his office?
No, but it's nice to say happy birthday to somebody. I'd like to know when his birthday is. Jolio,
Joe,
how old are
happy
you today,
birthday.
Jolio?
I am 29.
29, almost 30, huh?
Dude, this is the last year of your 20s, man. Make it count.
I'm trying. Starting with this show.
Which team do you have, the teams that you root for, which team do you think is going to give you the most promising 29th year of your life?
Probably the Yankees.
Yeah.
I want to hope for the Jets, but that's a losing proposition.
Well, don't ask Rick
Why do you
anything
have to
about
be
the
so
Jets.
negative? The
Forget
season
it.
hasn't even started yet. Gino looks good. What are you doing?
The season is starting this week.
Frank loves him some Gino.
He does. But Rick doesn't want me to be any part of it, by the way. He wants me to go eat the cheeseburger, which I could freaking eat any
Oh, sorry,
day
I
of the
want
week,
to
any place.
spend time with you. My fault.
You
I
never want to
apologize.
spend time with me because all the other times we invite you out, like, you don't want to go. You can't be bothered. But just because
That's stuff to
Buster
do
Olney's
usually.
picking up the tab, now it's
No, you wanna
let me
do it
invite
during-
this guy, that guy, this guy, that guy. You're one of those.
No, you want to do it during the winter when I have to go right to school after the show.
Ray, he's being a gavone. That's what he's being.
I don't know what that means.
You know what it means. He's being a
This guy's
gavone.
unbelievable. I'm desperate to spend time with the guy, and he wants to go to Jets camp.
Joe Leo, he's being a gavone.
Walk around Jets camp. Hey guys, it's me, Dan. Got a beautiful invite to Peter Luger's, but I'm here. Let's talk about the upcoming season.
I don't know
Good
what's
stuff.
I don't know what's funnier, the me at Jet Camp or the me telling you about the soccer book.
Maybe you tell them about the soccer book. Maybe you guys talk about the soccer book. That'd be good
I want to
stuff.
get you going with the soccer because that's
Yeah,
funny.
right. Have you guys read this book yet? It's terrific.
What
Maybe
was it?
Now?
The 1930 World Cup
Right.
and the Lexi Lawless.
Yeah,
Ray has all those cuts
I
somewhere.
bet you didn't know.
Yeah.
It was 1930.
Play him, Ray.
I read it in Turks and Caicos on the beach.
It's pretty similar, actually.
My wife was in a beautiful string bikini, and all I could do was read about U.S. soccer.
And somehow along the way, I've developed a speech impediment, too, from reading.
And fry my body like a cutlet.
No. Be accurate, at least. Only the left side, remember. It's
The
only
left side of
side.
my chest looked like Iron Man's chest.
Looked like Michael Jackson's head.
Oh, God. I didn't realize, by the way, I didn't
know it
realize
was
how
that
bad
bad
that
either.
was.
What, the
I didn't
bird?
realize how bad
Yeah.
they Well, the director, too. Let's get you right up top by the pyro.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah, in hindsight, not a smart thing.
For Pepsi, I mean, please.
It's because Joe made the side deal.
Nowadays, it would be like, AI sparks. It wouldn't even be real.
That's the other thing. I didn't realize. Did you ever? So this is, I think, the beauty of movies like this. You start actually Googling stuff and everything else and trying to find out information. Did you realize how much money he donated to children and remember that part of that movie is I want to take whatever money we just made in that settlement. I want it to be donated to the burn unit here at this hotel, the hospital he's at.
No. So just you mean like money to charities in general, or money to lawyers, or what?
No, to charities for kids.
And lawyers,
hundreds of millions of dollars. He donated.
I mean, for obvious reasons. I mean, he was very particular with kids. I'm not trying to joke, but I mean, it's just true.
Right. I didn't realize it was that much money.
Well, then at the end too, like I heard while he was even still alive, and obviously when you've got. There's difference between normal people financial problems and rich people financial. He was having some money problems because he was just spending left and right, and then they were like it's the well's kind of running dry a little bit. Write checks you can't cash, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Not that they were gonna he was gonna be homeless anytime soon. Like the guy stepped over walking in today, but it was it scared me actually. It scared me.
Why'd you have to step over him? You couldn't walk around him?
Because I'm a nice human being. I could have stepped on him.
Well, how about around him? You have to step over him.
Well, I needed to get in the door.
He wasn't sleeping in front of the office.
You'd be surprised.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's so much room. There's so much space now.
Let me just say this. It must have been one hell of a weekend, my friend.
There's so much space on Little 6th Avenue now with all the fun activities.
One hell of a weekend.
I was doing so well, and then I walked up to the building, and I saw Little 6th Avenue, and I got angry all over again.
Yeah.
Just got angry all over again.
Welcome back.
6th Avenue is very little, but the aggravation is not. 800-919-3776. We'll get some calls up. The great Buster Olney. He will handle the check Wednesday, allegedly. We'll get confirmation on that. It's Dan and Rick, DNR, and ESPN New York.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hey Yankees fans, gather a group of 10 or more and take advantage of our 2026 Yankees group ticket specials. Whether you're getting together with family and friends, organizing a fundraiser, or entertaining clients, your group will love bonding over the Bronx Bombers. Start planning your 2026 group outings today. Log on to Yankees.com/groups. Call 212-YANKEES or email us at groups@Yankees.com. That's 2026 group tickets. Call 212-YANKEES or visit Yankees.com/groups today.
There you were, surrounded by fans. Everybody remembers the game. Nobody remembers the guy coughing behind you. Till a few days later, at 2 a.m., you wake up with a fever and your throat's on fire. Now what? Urgent care? Closed. ER? Slammed. Telehealth? Maybe, but the pharmacy's closed. You needed a medical emergency kit. These aren't first aid kits. They contain essential prescriptions used for over 30 common conditions. Sinus and ear infection, UTIs, stomach bugs, traveler's diarrhea, and more on hand before you need them. Use your doctor-developed guidebook to select the right prescription or call their telemedicine doctor standing by. It's like an urgent care and drugstore at home. When you're sick, traveling, or stranded, you'll wish you'd ordered a medical emergency kit. Order online in minutes and it's shipped to your door. And save $45 with my promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880. That's promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
It's been a tough Saturday on the lake. I ordered swim trunks in this orange cream color, but it's actually more orange auburn. Oh, and it's swimwear. I probably can't even return these.
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive, so you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in D.C.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager, hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Joe Leo, birthday boy today here on DNR. It's Dan and Rick at 800-919-3776. Buster Olney coming up in about 10, 12 minutes, somewhere around there. All right, I got clarification, okay? And this is not to rain on Joe Leo's birthday parade or anything like that, but, you know, you guys jumped down my throat about the whole, you know, Mary's birthday thing. I got a couple text messages, and then I just confirmed on the worldwide internet that the Catholic Church celebrates the birthday of the Blessed Mary on September the 8th.
I will tell you.
Known as the Feast of the Nativity of the Blessed Virgin Mary.
As someone who's visited the Vatican in the middle of August, that the Vatican celebrates it on August 12th.
Somebody needs to update the batteries at the Vatican.
You're going to go against the Vatican? What are you going to do?
Well, then what's the August 12th thing? Like, then why am I seeing, I don't see anything about August 12th.
You're not a good Catholic boy.
How, me? So the internet is not good Catholic either? I'm reading this right off of Google. Tell Google to get their act together.
I trust Joe Leo. He was there. He witnessed it.
You would trust the guy at Peter Luger's if he brought you the burger that you friggin' wanted on Wednesday. If he told you.
How dare you? No, I mean, if he said, hey, by the way, how would you like your burger cooked? Also was in the Vatican. Today's Mother Mary's birthday. Enjoy. Hey, what's this candle on my Sunday? Mother Mary's birthday. How do you know that? At the Vatican. See? If I was Joe Leo, I'd be offended right now.
Do we have the soundbite yet of Rick just basically going off on who's Mary, like very angrily? So anything he says in this part of the conversation, you should take with a grain of salt?
I got Joe Leo's back here. No, I'm not going to let you disparage Joe Leo.
Did you know that the only reason that we made it in 1932 was because there was 13 teams?
It's so outrageous. That's why it's so funny.
Can you believe Alexi Lawless and...
That's how you sounded in that moment.
The speech impediment, the saliva spraying all over the place.
Yeah, that's how you sounded. In my head, that's how you sounded.
In your head, yeah. There's a lot going on in that head of yours, boy. Too many pucks to that head. That's what that was.
How many concussions is too many concussions?
Obviously,
Yeah.
Oh.
Honest to God, though, let's get to some sports here for a second. Since you're going to be up, you're going to skip lunch on Wednesday to go, interview people at
lunch
Jets
isn't
camp.
even it's not even like set in stone.
But we don't know. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Anyway, the invite is out. What are your realistic expectations for the season?
I mean,
I feel like we spent all this time talking about the Giants because Dave's whole 65 or sooner, and he's got the 8 or 9, and then there's the steady progression. Like, honestly, like from what the people you've talked to, camp has started. Geno seems like he's trending in the right direction. What are your honest opinion on what's going to happen?
Well, I know you joked about it a little while ago, but the first takeaway, and it's not something you can automatically just like chalk up and say, oh yeah, this is a given, because obviously we know that there have been swings and misses. David Bailey's the real deal.
Yeah.
Like, they got that one right. It looks like they got that one right. Now, that's not to say that Arvell Reese won't be a great player either, because he's having a great camp for the Giants, and he looks like he could be a machine, especially next to Tremaine Edmonds. But Bailey is a problem for other teams. You know what I mean? So that, to me, takes that defense to a whole new level, a defense which was as bad as any in the National Football League last year. There are concerns, though, on that side of the ball, because we still haven't seen that defensive line as they hope to see it, because Kevondre Sweat ain't on the field yet. And that's a concern of mine so far, because there were some things coming out of Tennessee as to why the Titans traded him, that he had a hard time maybe staying in shape. And, the people that are seeing him walk or work off to the side of the field, if you will, like on those side fields, they think he might even be looks like, tipping the scales maybe at close to $4 bills.
Oh.
Yeah, and he's dealing with a hamstring injury that he suffered during off-season workouts here. So that's a little bit of a concern, because that could, they need that push up front to free up those linebackers to do what they have to do. The corner position right now is one where I don't know if guys have necessarily wrestled down spots yet. It'd be nice to get D'Angelo Pons back out on the field, given what was expected from him as a rookie. But Minkah Fitzpatrick is going to be big back there, I think, as that veteran presence, and he could still make plays, and I think he's got a chip on his shoulder, too, because a lot of people are writing him off, saying he's not that, first-team all-pro type safety anymore. So he wants to prove some people wrong. Geno, for the most part, has had a good camp, and what this team does, like it or not, is obviously what the quarterback is going to be able to give you. You could say that about every team, but in this case, it's no different. And I know that Geno's doing things in practice that, okay, it's practice, it's 7-on-7, it's no pads, it's this and that. But you know this. Jet fans know this. You had some quarterbacks here in the last 5 years, guy who was the second overall pick in the draft, guy who was the quarterback last year, who couldn't even do those things in practice. And then it translated on game days throughout the season. So to me, if you're seeing these type of things already from a veteran, a guy that has put in his time over the years in the NFL and is supposed to have all these different situations you could throw his way, I think that bodes well to the offense, because on paper, they've got some playmakers on that side of the ball.
Right. I feel like most of the time when we're talking about the Jets, our focus is usually on the amount of talent on the offensive side of the ball. Right. And what a disappointment last year was. I mean, it felt like we were watching it, but we wanted to believe, just because that's what we do as Jets fans, that, this would be the spot where Justin Fields finally figures it out, which it seemed crazy at the time, but I guess you wanted to believe that, the ability to use his legs, and now he was going to have an offense that was completely built around him and his strengths. And then you saw the Pittsburgh game, and it's like, whoa, okay. I mean, maybe they were right, and then the whole thing falls apart, and we end up with Brady Cook by the end of it. But I guess my only hesitation is Gino's age, right, 35, and last year was really bad, but the last year in Seattle also wasn't great either, especially with him, taking too many chances with the ball, turning it over. Does that all of a sudden now, like as you trend downward for 2 years, then now at 35, do you head back up? Maybe. I mean, it seems like Frank likes him a lot. They got 2 good tackles. Their offensive line should be good, and you do have a bunch of weapons on the offensive side. Hopefully that's the case.
Remember we said with Aaron when he came here that, Aaron was coming off of a bad year in Green Bay, or a bad year by his standards, right? He had the broken thumb that last year with the Packers. But we said if you get those numbers, that's still going to be leaps and bounds better than anything you got from a Jet quarterback. I know that it is not a high bar. I'm just throwing this out there for context. Jet quarterbacks last year, 17 games, a total of 15 touchdown passes, 2,385 yards. That was abysmal, okay? Gino last year only playing 15 games with a awful operation with the Raiders. Threw for 19 touchdowns, over 3,000 yards in just 15 games. Imagine now putting a quality offensive line in front of him, quality skill position players at the wide receiver, tight end, backfield, coaching, with Frank Reich. Gino's going to put up some numbers. He could throw 30 touchdown passes this year.
I think that's the hope. It's not even the touchdowns. That would be great. It's the number next to the touchdowns usually, because you said 19, but then you take the 19 and then the 17 next to it.
Right.
Interceptions.
But he still throws more TDs than picks. It's not like the other way around, which would really be a problem.
Of course.
You know what, though? After what we saw last year, and I think most Jet fans, they'll take that. They'll take a guy who's going to take chances. Because how many games did you see last year where Justin Fields didn't even want to throw the ball?
No.
Didn't even want to throw it more than 10 yards. We'll continue this conversation a little bit later after Buster, because Buster's waiting. We'll take a timeout. We will talk to the great Buster Olney in his weekly spot. Next, it's Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Monkey Sports, built by players for players, is your one-stop shop for hockey, baseball, lacrosse, and more. Find top-name equipment and expert in-store services like sharpening, break-ins, and relacing. Shop in-store at Monkey Sports in Farmingdale or Woodbridge, or online for all the top brands. Whatever your sports, Monkey Sports gets you game ready fast. Monkey Sports, where athletes shop.
Hey, New York and New Jersey, Boost Mobile has an unlimited talk, text, and data plan that's only $25 a month forever, meaning you'll only ever pay $25 a month for the rest of your life. Who wouldn't want unlimited wireless when it only costs $25 a month forever? If you don't, you must be one of those people who enjoy overpaying for their phone plan. $25 a month forever is truly as good as it gets, so go online and switch now at boostmobile.com. After 30 gigabytes, customers may experience slower speeds. Customers will pay $25 a month as long as they remain active on the Boost Mobile Unlimited plan.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper, so knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
Congratulations, New York. The Knicks did it. Through battle after battle, they dominated to become this year's NBA champions. Day in and day out, the hard work paid off, and you were there every step of the way. Enjoy the crown. Own it, because this year is your year. A part of your legacy that will never be forgotten. So celebrate this moment, show your pride, and shop the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
That is right. It is time to talk a little baseball with our pal in his weekly spot. We get him on a Monday again with so much happening off of the outstanding weekend of baseball. It is the great Buster Olney, who's going to be in town on Wednesday for a little Yankees-Mariners in the Bronx. And we say good morning to Buster. Buster, it's Dan and Rick this morning. How are you?
I'm okay, but guys, there's a problem.
What's
Rick,
that?
there's a problem with his bet payoff on Wednesday. There's a problem, okay? So, I mean, we had planned for me to pay off this bet with Dave, even though, he's on vacation this week, right? I mean, that's still the case.
Yeah.
And our thought is that we were going to go to lunch on Wednesday, but I got a bunch of texts the last 48 hours. They're like, can you be on the show, get up? Can you come in studio? The first take after that. I don't think it's going to happen this week, and I feel bad about it. And I'm kind of relieved, Dan, that you're sitting in Dave's shoes, because I can tell you right now, Dave would wear me out, and Rick will back me up on that.
Well, no, here's the thing. I was waiting for Rick to do the same, Buster, unfortunately, because Rick gave me a bunch of garbage when he said, come along to the lunch on Wednesday. And I said, well, I have to go to Jets practice, and he started giving me hell for that. So now, Rick...
Yeah, you and I are in the same team on this.
Exactly, Buster.
We have work to do.
Rick, why don't you return the favor to Buster there, because he's got work to do.
No, listen, I'm the one that facilitated the bet. Okay, they were going back and forth. Dave actually went a whole week without bringing anything up. They went back and forth. I said, you know what? You believe one thing, Buster believes another thing. Let's make a bet. Okay, I did my work, and now I was going to reap the benefits, the rewards, if you will, of getting an opportunity to get a free meal but spend time with Buster. I was only doing the same thing with you. If we're going to have a good time talking baseball, I know how much you love baseball. I wanted you in on the mix.
I think
how dare I like you so much?
Buster,
My fault.
Buster, he's deflecting. That's what he does. He is a master deflector in the crease and on the radio.
Oh, I got to say, truly, I feel bad because I'm like, okay, it's going to be this. And never mind.
I love it. I actually love it. I can't wait till Dave's back and he finds all this out. It's going to be great. You're busy, Buster. You're a star. If I get you, listen, if I'm ESPN, I got you in New York. I want you on all the shows also.
Do you know when you're back in the city, Buster?
I do not know that, actually. I'm guessing it's going to be during the playoffs. A lot of times, if the Yankees are in the postseason, I cover those games, and I suspect this year, with everything riding on the line for the Yankees, that they're going to want me back in covering that. So that might be the time, Rick. That might be the time. When I'm back here in October, you're shaking your head. I understand
I'm willing to wait.
At this point.
Little crisp in the air, fall foliage, nothing better.
I get you playoff time, I'll take it. Doesn't matter. Take it whenever I can get it.
Whenever it happens, it's going to be really fun. But I promise I'm not welching on the bet. I'm just, we have to make it happen another day.
That's fine. I believe in you.
It's not like it's a case of wine or anything. Buster's good for it. That's another story for another day. All right, we are post-trade deadline. We had these questions certainly for the last weeks leading up to it, Buster, as to what these teams would do. Yankees make a couple of moves trying to add to this offense. The returns have not been overwhelmingly positive as of yet in terms of the run production. Do you think this is enough, or is it still, hey, got to get these injured guys back?
It's absolutely still got to get these injured guys back. Aaron Judge is the big X factor in baseball as we go down the stretch, because you can definitely see a situation where the Yankees could go into the playoffs as the favorite to win in the American League. Like, if stuff coalesces, if everything comes together right, it could be a really good team when we go into October. But we don't know, and the Yankees, all signs in terms of his progress and his availability, it's all positive. They're going to tell us a positive. But what they don't know is how he's going to respond, how this injury is going to respond once he comes back and he's playing day to day. They don't have any idea. But if he's a good player, okay, if he's close to being what he's been in the past, man, with Cody Bellinger back, with Luis Garcia now added into the lineup, and we talked last week about the Yankees' perspective that, it wasn't it, and I've heard this from other teams, by the way, as well. It wasn't a great market for position players at all. And they got the guy who is generally perceived to be the best available hitter in the marketplace in Luis Garcia Jr. Between him and adding Elliot Ramos, who, again, not a great solution, but he's okay. He hits left-handed pitching okay. And some of the dominoes that could fall if they get Carlos Rodon back and they have the depth and they can move a Ryan Weathers to the bullpen, it could be a really good team by you get to October. But Judge is the key. There's no doubt.
All right, Buster, so you'll be in New York and you'll get a better sense for this, but it might be, so right now it might be an unfair question. What exactly is taking so long? I'm not sure if you know that, just because it feels like a bone is usually kind of pretty much, this is how long it'll take to heal. And when he gets back, is it, hey, we're going to throw him in right field, or we're going to play it by ear, he may need to DH, or we might have to do both?
Given the construct of the team, I'm sure their absolute goal would be to have him in right field, right? Because you want to put Stan back in, and you're not going to be able to do that unless Judge can play right field. But I think they truly don't know what's going to happen. They just have to wait and see how he feels coming back from this. And I'm reluctant to go into the physiology of the nature of his injury, but it's pretty clear from talking with people that within the organization that it's this touchy injury that they're hopeful doesn't regress much once he comes back, but it's possible it's going to regress much. They'll know more, of course, when they get some physical updates on him. But at least from their perspective, from Aaron Judge's perspective, they're going to have an opportunity to get him back on the field. That's clear. They're confident he's going to be back on the field at some point.
Buster Olney joining us here in his weekly spot on ESPN New York. George Lombard Jr.
Wow.
The call-up finally happened. Yeah, you said, wow. One thing is for certain, Buster. The glove is obviously big league ready. And Rick and I were talking about this earlier in the show. I know it's such a small sample size, but he looks like that he belongs. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't look like it's too big for him.
100%. He looks phenomenal. And this looks like a significant upgrade over the play they've had at shortstop, no doubt about it. And look, we talked earlier in the summer about how the perception of him was that even when he was in the minor leagues, he was the best defensive shortstops in baseball. The athleticism, you see it, like his background as a soccer player. But this is what has jumped out to me. I spent yesterday texting back and forth with some evaluators about this, unusual athleticism he has, because he's a big shortstop. Like, he's not like these, Ozzie Smith, little guy running around at the position, a Ray Ordonez type. He's a big guy. And yet he is enough of an athlete where he can make throws in awkward positions that are remarkable. And in particular, the comp I was looking for, I said, who does he remind you of in terms of how he moves? Being that big and the angles that he can throw from. And what I got back was they can't remember a shortstop who can make that play going up the middle to his left and be able to turn his body to fire a throw to first base. It's kind of, his release is so quick. In texting back and forth with a major league coach yesterday, I said, it kind of reminds me of Dan Marino. Remember, as a quarterback, he had this really quick release where you're just like, man, that was... And from that angle, he could throw against his body. That doesn't happen. Like Derek Jeter, Hall of Famer, deserves all the accolades, but he didn't have near the range up the middle. It's shortstop. There have been other guys like Cal Ripken, Troy Tulowitzki, big shortstops who would take the ground ball and they would do a spin, which worked for them, but it probably cost him half a step. And then he also has the ability to go into the hole and to make the throw. And what you just said, Dan, about his presence, that is what has jumped out to other Yankees that I've talked to.
No doubt.
Like I've always thought that those guys, his dad, of course, played in the big leagues, is that those guys who grow up in major league clubhouses, there's an inherent advantage there. Aaron Boone had that. My colleague, our colleague, Eduardo Perez had that. There's just a comfort level. And to see him the way he is, starting his career in New York the way that he has, it's really impressive. I mean, the big question is about the bat, and we'll see. There are going to be adjustments by opposing pitchers. But the first day, he's obviously been terrific. He's going to have competitive at-bats. And I think if he wound up hitting 220 for the Yankees with a 290 on base, they would live with that because the defense is so good.
Buster, the one name, so I'm going to go back to the deadline here just quickly. It wasn't necessarily Adley Rutschman going to the Red Sox that pissed people off. It was more that Liam Hicks went to Tampa because it felt like the Red Sox gave a lot up for Rutschman. I mean, what would you say to the Yankees fan that wanted something to be done at the catching position?
So a couple things there. One, and look, Liam Hicks is a terrific offensive player. He's a young player, and you could see that. I think from the Yankees' perspective, they feel like that, they had the defense covered. There are questions about Liam Hicks as a defender. So often teams, when they pick up catchers during the season, they want to make sure that that player they feel like is going to be good defensively and will have a quick comfort level with the pitching staff that they're learning over the last 2 months. I think Tampa Bay, the way they run their staff, which is basically comes from the dugout in a lot of cases, they're gonna basically dictate things to Liam Hicks, and he's a really good offensive player. I think if Liam Hicks had been a right-handed hitter, the Yankees would have been all over it. But I think they felt like, okay, we maybe our solutions have not been great for left-handed hitters behind the plate, but at the very least, we're really good defensively. And I think that's in the end why they decided not to pass on that. They did make a run at Adley Rutschman. They were in that conversation, but they probably, when you look at the final package that the Orioles got from the Boston Red Sox for Adley Rutschman, Yankees weren't going there. I mean, it's clear from talking with other people, folks, that the Red Sox had an overpay situation to get Rutschman.
It's ironic that you're doing the Yankees-Mariners this week, Buster, because, every time we talk leading up to the deadline and, the last month or whatever, it was always the Mariners were that other team in the American League we should all fear and so on and so forth. And we could almost throw dirt on them. I think they might be done. It's a shocker the Red Sox lost 2 in a row to close out the weekend. That doesn't happen anymore, right? But would you say at this point, those 2 other teams in the East, Tampa, Boston, pose now the 2 big other threats in the American League, apart from the Yankees?
No question. Yeah, no question. And I do think the Rays got better. Like they were one of they had one of the best deadlines in baseball. Adding Freddie Peralta. I talked to some scouts over the weekend that talked about Freddie Peralta's 4-seam fastball on the ride in the Trop down in Tampa Bay. It'll play. Tampa Bay really good at developing pitching. They get Tyler Wells from the Orioles, a terrific reliever, in addition to Hicks. So they're better. And the Red Sox, man, what a story. I mean, it really is the craziest turnaround in the history of baseball, I think, because, you're talking about a team that on the morning of June 25th, they were last in the major leagues in runs scored. And since then, they're second in the major leagues in runs scored during the year. Our friend Sarah Lanks had a great stat after they won on Friday night that, they had gone from 14 games under 500 to, as of Saturday morning, 13 games over 500 in 44 days. That is the fastest by far, that ascent, since 1914, when the Boston Braves did it in 59 days.
Wow.
The Red Sox did it 2 weeks faster. So you can't undersell how remarkable this turnaround has been. And we'll see. I had Rich Hill on my podcast, a longtime pitcher, yesterday, and he talked about how it looked like the Red Sox hitters just went through a transformation where they're like, you know what, enough with swinging out of our butts on every pitch in the count. Let's go through situational hitting, take the ball through the middle. These guys are grinders.
Buster only joins us here on the show Bosh, let's switch over to the Mets here for a second. I mean, never in my wildest dreams would I think that we would be one of the teams that sold at the deadline, but we did.
Yeah.
Give me an idea what you thought about David Stearns and how well he did.
So, and to your point about it, never would have imagined. I'm making a list of the biggest surprises in baseball. 1, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., his struggles this year, total mystery. Mariners 2, and how in the world are the Mets this bad? And had a tough season. It really is a mystery. So I got a lot of feedback from folks with other teams, and I think the Mets did fine with the trades that they made. No earth-shattering deals, no, wow, they got that guy, kind of like a PCA for, Javier Baez. There was nothing like that. But they set themselves up going forward. And I'm sure if you're the Mets post-deadline, you're looking at it and saying, okay, what do we have to build going forward? Christian Scott has had a terrific season. He's emerging as a solid major league starter. Nolan McLean, and then the 2 rookie outfielders. Both these guys, I think they have an identical OPS of 732. That's excellent for rookie players. So as you're picking up the pieces and you're looking at what the team is going forward, you have those 4 players plus Juan Soto, and that's going to be the core you're going to build around going forward. The prospects they got, I think it's more about depth. It's more about fringe. It's more about having ability to make maybe other trades down the road. Based on what I've heard from other teams, they didn't necessarily get a guy who's, going to be in the, a beast at some point down the road.
Last one for me, Buster, and it's a big picture baseball conversation that maybe applies to the offseason and the labor dispute, okay? And I know that we still have a lot of baseball to play, but Dodgers have lost 8 of their last 9, okay? The superpower, the super team. And, obviously their final chapter hasn't been written. Tampa Bay's got the best record in the American League, tiny payroll. Milwaukee's got the best record in the National League, tiny payroll. Do we really need a salary cap?
I look, if it's about competitive balance, the answer is no, right? This is not a new thing in baseball. And I keep telling people that all the time. Like in 1998, I covered the Yankees that won 125 games. And the next spring, I was standing there when they traded David Wells for Roger Clemens, a back-to-back Cy Young Award winner, right? And everyone blew up the phone line and said, "Oh, baseball's broken. What are we doing?" And guess what? We popped along. For a quarter century, no one won back-to-back titles. It's the exact same system. But I'll say it over and over and over again. It's not about competitive balance in my mind. This is about billionaire owners wanting cost control.
Yeah,
that's what it's really about. But they're trying to, dress up the narrative, make it palatable for fans. They're saying, "Hey, we're talking to fans. Fans want to, salary cap. They want competitive balance." That's what they're going to, fight for going forward. I don't believe it's really about that. I think it's about them just not wanting to, have their costs spiral out of control.
Yeah, it's going to get ugly, but hopefully it's not going to get as ugly for as long as we think it might. And in the meantime, we'll enjoy what's left of this season and hopefully a great postseason. Buster, we will miss you on Wednesday, that's for sure. But we will have to reschedule and make this lunch happen.
All right, and whenever it happens, Dan, you come too.
I mean, Rick will never let me live it down if I don't show up.
Let's go.
Awesome.
And I love hanging
Buster.
with you, Buster. Absolutely. Thanks, Buster.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, that is the great Buster Olney joining us from ESPN. But isn't it true, though, Rick, right? Like the thing that I asked Buster, like you talked about the Mets, right? Second highest payroll, they're terrible, right? The 2 best records in each league right now are tiny, small market teams that don't have the wealth of resources, anything close to what the Mets, Yankees, Dodgers have. They've got the best records.
Okay, but time out, though.
Yeah.
I mean, the goal of the season isn't to finish the regular season with the best record. It's to win a World Series.
No, I understand that, but my point is that you could still be competitive and not have a huge payroll.
100%. It's just harder. I think the problem that you run into, having been through 2 of these and being on the the committee that negotiates with the owners and everything else, is it's virtually impossible to get all the players, right? You're never going to get all the players on the same page because everyone's at different points of their career. They're all fighting for different things. And you would think it would be easier for the owners because there's less of them, but it's almost just as hard because there are big market owners that don't want to feel the pressure of not having a salary cap and being able to spend as much money as the fan base wants them to spend because they don't really want to do that, right? Like Hal doesn't want to spend like the Dodgers are spending. That's pretty clear. But we'll continue to talk about it because there is no salary cap. If there's a salary cap now and there's cost certainty, it's, hey, I'd like to spend $400 million, but I can only spend $250 because there's a cap.
Right.
And then you got the bottom market teams that will pretend like they want to spend, but they can't afford to. now being forced to get to a floor, which they don't actually want to do. So, like, being a part of those conversations, at the end of the day, what wins out is, hey, guys, and this is the owner side of this, if we get a cap, it'll make your franchises worth more money, which is why they would agree to a cap. But even then, like, even those teams that are spending no money, they could spend more money. They choose not to. They choose to keep the money to themselves as opposed to reinvest it into the team.
Right.
Like you'll get the revenue stuff that comes out at the end of every year and what percentage of the revenue they spend on the team. So those teams that you feel bad about, they can't compete. They could spend money if they want. They're choosing not to spend the money.
Right, and they've been doing that for years. They take the money from the revenue sharing and they put it in their pockets.
Right, even the money that they're making.
Yeah, instead of repurposing it and trying to invest it on the on-field product, which they don't.
Right, and then the players on the other side of it, and this is where I think Buster has said to us a couple of different times, could be the opening for the owners to get the cap that they want, is that you have a much larger majority of players that aren't the Juan Sotos of the world, that aren't like the upper echelon guys that are getting paid, that feel like they would benefit financially by having a floor to a cap. Because now, like, they'll reap the benefits of the teams that aren't spending money.
Possibly, right. But and I know you're looking at it from a player's perspective, right? But I'm just saying from a fan's point of view, they look at it as saying, well, I don't want my baseball to be shut down and I don't want to miss any time next year, because the way I look at things right now, like you have some of these teams that are proving I don't spend a lot of money, but I'm still successful, right? My teams are still competitive. And, I've said it before, too. The Dodgers, even though they're the superpower, think of how close they came last year to not winning it. They shouldn't have won it. I mean, like, I still can't believe Toronto couldn't finish out that series. You know what I mean? And the two guys that made the two biggest plays for the Dodgers are not making $100 million a year.
No, I think what it affords you is the luxury of depth, and really good depth. So when you go through a season where you got some of your the best starting pitching in baseball not available, you have the ability to have guys behind that are good enough to go win you games.
So your buddy Edwin Diaz over the weekend, by the way, he had a rough weekend.
Real rough.
Oh yeah.
But you've seen two examples of it in the last two World Series. One, you won with the bullpen, right? Because you had no starting pitching.
Yep.
You had bullpen games, and then last year you won with great starting pitching. So, I mean, it does afford you that opportunity. I'm not even saying it as a player, as an owner. I'm just saying, like, just in general, your premise is correct. It's harder to win that way, and it's not as sustainable. Like, Milwaukee's been able to do it, but they haven't got over the hurdle in the playoffs. Tampa's been able to do it, but I think it's more to like the Pittsburgh Pirates of the world and teams like that will get excited about certain players on their team and know that it's only a matter of time before those players are gone. Like, I'm going to get attached to Paul Skeens, and when Paul Skeens is available, we're not going to pay him. Or Detroit, we're not going to pay Skubal. And then he ends up on the Yankees or the Dodgers, or whoever he ends up on.
Paul Skeens, he's pitching like he's pitched this year. They're going to let him walk.
But again, that's what really upsets you. Yeah, you'd like to be competitive, but you'd also like to be able to hold on to your homegrown best players.
Before we get to Around the League, and I know there's a lot of it here, let's get the calls up here. Say hi to Everyday Edgar, who's next up here on ESPN New York. Hello, Edgar. How are you, buddy?
What's up, boys? I don't know. The Yankees are too dependent on who they're going to get back, but the pitching is so strong. It's so strong. Now, if they lose that home field advantage to Boston, you still got them going to the series, or that's a big deal? They're not going to win the division. I got that's out.
Well, I don't even know about that, though.
But they need that home field.
But it's just as bad not having home field against Tampa. Like, Tampa's a problem at home.
There's going to be a lot of Yankee fans down there, though.
Yeah, that's fine, but still,
they don't lose.
Tampa.
You think Boston's going to catch us, or you think them losing 2 in a row and us winning did a little something? That's nothing. A 1.5 game in baseball is nothing. It all depends on that series at the end of the month.
Right, but the issue is that what are the chances that Boston can stay that hot for that long?
Yeah,
right?
that's true. They have to melt down a little bit.
That they dug themselves. Like, it was a substantial hole we're talking about. I think they were 15 games back of the Yankees.
It was an insane
exactly
number.
Right.
Let's face it, the Red Sox in June were basically the Mets. They were the Mets.
Yeah. We had them, and then we're the one that gave them life by getting swept up there.
100%. That started their streak. Swept them 4 games.
Yeah, and then boom, they're back in it. If we would have taken 2 out of 4, 3 out of 4, they might not even be in this predicament. Who knows?
I'll tell you what, though, Edgar.
So we're going to.
Go ahead, Edgar.
We're going to the series then, or what do you guys think?
No, you got to
get.
No, we're not going. Not at all.
No, don't say not at all. This team right now, no.
You got to get healthy first.
But if they get their people back, how healthy?
Bingo.
How healthy? Do we need everyone 100% back?
You need
Bellinger
and Judge.
80? How healthy do we got to be?
You need Bellinger and Judge.
Bellinger and Judge to be them, not lackluster.
Well,
okay.
we don't know what percentage they're going to be. Edgar, we don't know what percentage they're going to be until we see them out there and until they start producing. That's the important thing, but they've got to produce.
I love Edgar. I appreciate Edgar. But why is he asking a question he knows the answer to?
He knows the answer to.
He knows the answer to that question.
Right.
But it is fair to ask, and, we should have mentioned, by the way, before I even ask this question, you're listening to DiPietro and Rothenberg, WHSQ, WCBS-FM, HD2, New York. Is the division out of reach? Are you willing to wave the white flag? It's 6 in the loss column right now.
Yeah.
I'm starting to feel that way as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think
it's not the end of the world.
No, it's not the end of the world because you're not the same team. Like, I mean, it's funny to mock them where it's like, hey, you got, you made your trade deadline acquisitions, and then the whole like when we don't make moves and we have guys injured, that it's like, well, getting Aaron Judge and Cody Bellinger back is going to be like getting Aaron Judge back and Aaron Judge healthy is the biggest move in baseball.
But what version? That's the key, right?
Well, but I'm saying like if he's what you expect Aaron Judge to be, then yeah, they have a chance to get to the World Series. But this current version without Aaron Judge is a 500 team. So could the Red Sox catch you if you continue to play 500? But yeah, the Red Sox could catch you.
And you have one more series against the Red Sox, right? It's one more series, 4 in the Bronx at the end of August.
Yep.
And then
I
you
think
have
one of those is a doubleheader too.
Correct, on Saturday the 29th. It's a day-night. And then you have 4 with Tampa Bay at the end of September, and it's one of those is a doubleheader too. You have a day-night to begin that series on Tuesday the 22nd. So you got 8 games total against the Red Sox and the Rays. I didn't ask Buster, and the only other team that you could possibly throw into the mix would be the Astros with this surge that they're on here of late, even though I still think they're flawed. But Yordan Alvarez could win the Triple Crown. And not just – here's the thing about Yordan. Not just the Triple Crown.
In both leagues.
He might win the Major League Baseball Triple Crown, which has not been done since Mantle did it in the 50s. Like, that is rarefied air. But, like, I don't trust this team. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think the Astros have the pedigree to make a deep run in October. It's a different group, even though you still have some of those guys, but they're not the same. It's not the same makeup. But
no, listen. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah,
and this is the God's honest truth. I'm gonna have a hard time not believing the Yankees don't get to the World Series until the Yankees don't get to the World Series. I just think. I mean, just what they have, starting pitching wise, what they'll eventually have in their bullpen. And then Judge is going to come back. I don't know what version of Aaron Judge, but I would imagine that it's going to be enough to go out there and be productive.
Right.
Because he's not stupid. He knows, like, as much as he's going to battle his ass off to get back, he also knows that once he's back, he's going to be judged, no pun intended, he's Aaron Judge.
And to be fair, he should have a little bit of a grace period to get back into the swing of things, no pun intended, right? Because, like, you miss all this time. You can't expect this guy to just step right onto the field and start like mashing home runs left and right.
No, so that's why
And you know this too, Rick, because this is the world we live in with the athletes and the recuperation and the sports science. He'll play a game, day off. Play a game, day. You know what I'm saying? Like they're gonna use him and with handle him with kid gloves basically before the end of the season. Whenever he gets back out on the field.
When he's back, he's got to stay back. I mean, that's the goal. That's why you take extra time just to ensure that we're not going to do anything stupid. And he's smart enough. He knows his body. That when he comes back, it'll be whatever version it is. It'll be the best possible version with the time that we have left.
100%. All right, let's switch gears and get over to the football now because I mean we need to give Raymond some time, not just because he was on vacation last week, but there is so much happening in the world of football, apart from just the Jets and the Giants. You got preseason games already. We had the Hall of Fame ceremony. We had a new stadium opening its doors for the first time. I mean, just so much stuff we've got to get to. And Raymond, how about you take us for a little spin around the league?
It's time to go around the league.
It's literally music to my ears.
I mean,
I love it.
By the way, speaking of the new stadium, you're talking about Buffalo's new stadium?
Oh, yeah.
No, I was talking about Qatar's new stadium.
Well, I don't know. Who knows? You're a big soccer guy.
We're going around the league.
It's
Who
on my
else
list.
is getting a new
A
stadium?
lot of complaints about obstructed view seating.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Well, why don't we just start there?
Boy, I'll tell you, you're talking about playing the hits, spoiling the tees.
It's fine. It's fine. It's around the league. We hit it all up. Listen.
I didn't realize we were going to start teasing
I'd hate to be
obstructed view
Christmas
seats.
morning at the DiPietro house with the kids.
$2.2 billion to build the new Highmark Stadium. That's a lot of coin to get all those complaints about obstructed seats. And not just complaints, a lot of pictures on the tweeter. Here's an obstructed seat.
What are we doing?
And again, not just in the higher levels, which, by the way, there's not a lot of bathrooms is another thing I'm finding out, but in the lower levels, there's like obstructed like views, like down on the 100s. I don't know what's going on there, but so that's getting panned. The smaller video boards, which look like they're straight out of 1980 compared to the bigger video boards in all the other stadiums. The stadium feels very old school, cookie cutter. The canopies, they made a big deal about these canopies that were going to be part of Highmark Stadium. Oh, it's going to protect the fans from the elements. Well, they had the open practice in the rain and everything, and those things were kind of overstated. They don't cover much, if anything. And a lot of people were still feeling the wind down there, too. So I don't know exactly what the canopies are supposed to be doing, but
the wind in August.
They're not
I'm sure
doing
in December in Western New York, it's probably not going to be a problem at all.
Oh, and then Josh Allen has to make it all worse when he takes the field in what may be, like, hey, it's the worst. It may be the worst new stadium of all time, and here they're playing it in possibly the worst new uniform of all time is Josh Allen, the Buffalo Nickels silver uniform with that weird blue helmet.
Did you get the text I sent you where somebody made the side-by-side with the uniform and the can of Diet Pepsi?
I did see that. It's very accurate. Not a fan of it.
I love Diet Pepsi.
A lot of NutraSweet.
It's delicious.
Yeah, you love that. You suck it down like there's no tomorrow.
Ah, here we go. I said I got to get dirty with you. I said I like Diet Pepsi. That's it.
That's all. When I said NutraSweet, your eyes lit up.
That's all.
That's all.
That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Listen, I'm not sure that we're ones to complain. We've got MetLife right here, but you know.
It is a beautiful. I haven't been in it. I walked around it. It's pretty to look at.
It looks nice from afar. You know, you appreciate like the little Buffalo family that we keep referencing. That's outside the stadium.
Bison family.
Family, rather. And you know the broken tables that are made in the concourses, everything like that's cool. It's charming. It's like, but. Like $2.2 billion?
Well, the first pictures
goes fast, Ray.
The first pictures that I saw were in the upper deck, and people were had seats kind of like in the lower portion of the upper deck. But as you come up through the section,
you can see the glass.
It has those glass panels, and I remember when Citi Field opened, that was a complaint about Citi Field in the upper deck, like those glass panels, and they're like, I can't see through these. I don't know if they ever made those changes at Citi Field or not, but I mean, Buffalo has had. And we're using them because they're the ones that are opening the stadium, right? Like, you've had how many previous examples in all sports of teams building stadiums, opening ballparks about what not to do, what you shouldn't stay, and yet there's still the same problems cropping up. It's incredible.
It's imperfect, Daniel. It's an imperfect science. Not going to make everybody happy.
Maybe new architects? What do you think?
You're not going to make everybody happy. Yeah, but they got the Bison family, and then
remember they screamed
the table.
They screamed bloody murder. That originally the plan was they wanted to put a roof on it. Remember?
Well, listen, whether they want the roof or they don't want the roof, but you got to commit to what you want. And they said, "Oh, we'll have the canopies and we'll protect the fans," but it's doing nothing. It's like Radioactive Man with the goggles; they do nothing. So I don't know what the point of it all was, but
we have had some crazy wind in defense of the stadium. We had some crazy wind this summer, though.
We did.
I was getting games canceled because of tornado warnings.
Because we live in the Dust Bowl.
Is that the case out in Western New York, though?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm
That's a better question for Perna. Get RJ on the phone.
Get RJ and Perna on the phone. Have a better idea.
Very angry this morning. Get Perna on the phone. Who's Mary?
I'm not angry.
I don't think he's angry. I don't think he's angry.
I got great news about the weekend. I haven't shared it yet because I was waiting, but I got great news.
From the past weekend or this upcoming weekend?
That's a tease.
No, the weekend we just had. Yeah, the past weekend.
So when are you going to share this?
Once we go around the league. Not everyone's up this early. I figured I'd wait till people get up.
Are we doing around the league right now?
It's 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock.
It's 8 o'clock.
Now. Congratulations to all the Hall of Fame inductees. And let's start with I think this guy was the star of Open Mic Night at Canton. It's Adam Vinatieri, and he's got all the jokes. He's got a little Tom Brady for you.
I was lucky enough to play with the greatest quarterback in Patriot history. Unfortunately, he was unable to make it here today. Drew Bledsoe. I had a few more Tom Brady jokes, but I was afraid that he'd run up on the stage and maybe give me a Will Smith like he did to Logan Paul last month.
That one didn't quite land the same. How about talk about his Hall of Fame coach, Bill Belichick?
Thank you for demanding excellence every single day. Your preparation, discipline, and attention to detail shaped far more than my football career. Unfortunately, Bill couldn't make it here today. There's a lot going on at UNC right now. He may be on a recruiting trip right now looking for the next Lawrence Taylor. I thought it was because training camp had already started. But in truth, it's because he's judging his girlfriend's cheerleading competition.
When I saw this, I first thought was, how was Vinatieri not one of the guys at the Tom Brady roast? He should have done a set.
It sounds like he should have had his own set. Yeah, listen, and it's not just the Patriots he's going after. He's got a little shout-out for Peyton Manning here.
And Peyton, thank you for generously donating your forehead for today's teleprompter. A gigantic forehead means a big brain, and your football IQ is unmatched, buddy.
And this is what you came for, the Pat McAfee joke.
Pat McAfee's here in the crowd today. Great to see you, brother. The only person who enjoyed holding my balls more than my wife. She held for me in the offseason when everyone else was gone. Get that right.
Yeah, get your minds out of the guy.
That was tremendous.
He's talking about holding for field goals.
That was tremendous.
You sickos. Also inducted Drew Brees, who showed appreciation to his former head coach, Sean Payton, who showed up, and Marty Schottenheimer. Larry Fitzgerald thanked the legends he learned from as a kid in Minnesota. Chris Carter, Randy Moss, also Emmitt Smith and Kurt Warner in Arizona, and a touching tribute to his father, who passed away this past year. Luke Kuechly, who became the second youngest Hall of Fame inductee at 35, only to Gale Sayers at 34 back in 1977. And Roger Craig, who was the first player in NFL history to have 1,000 yards rushing and 1,000 yards receiving in a season. Only Marshall Faulk and Christian McCaffrey have done it since. Craig also revealed during his taped acceptance speech that he's been diagnosed with vascular dementia. He said his doctors believe his condition came in part from concussions he sustained during his 11-year career as a running back. In his speech, he said that the changes were gradual and were initially dismissed as normal aging.
See, and it was nobody had mentioned that he was going to give a pre-recorded speech, but then like when they went and unveiled the bust, and then they said, he's going to have a video presentation. And then like once that happened, you kind of figured that something might have been up. Because I remember them saying, like, in the days leading up to, he was going to talk about stuff in his speech. He said he wanted to wait for his speech, so now you know why. But it's unfortunate. It's sad, man.
Listen, I don't want to be judgy here in this situation, because I don't know what people have going on in their lives and everything else. I mean, shouldn't Belichick and Brady be there for Vinatieri?
Belichick's got practice, God forbid.
I would think, but
with how important he was to like the.
If Sean Payton could show up, I would think Belichick could show up.
Tom Brady's got at least 2 extra rings because of Adam Vinatieri. Forget about the Super Bowl game-winning kick, like against the Rams. That's what I mean. If he doesn't make 2 kicks in a blizzard, they don't even get out alive that night, and there might not be no Tom Brady. Think about that.
Yeah, I mean, he may owe all his rings to him, honestly, if you're judging it that way.
No, you're right. Seriously, you're right when you say that, because guess what? Sean Payton is the current head coach of an NFL team, and he missed 2 days of Bronco practice to fly out to Canton to be part of those ceremonies. He presented Drew Brees.
But I think the relationship, at least, if he's going to make that kind of crack, I got to think he thinks it's not necessarily in that bad of a place.
First of all, I totally forgot. I didn't realize that he kicked in the NFL for 24 years.
Oh yeah.
You forgot how long he was around.
I think he kicked when the team had the soccer style jerseys.
Yeah, because Parcells found him. Mm-hmm. Like his first year was with Parcells as an undrafted guy, and you don't realize. To me, he'll always be a Patriot. His biggest kicks were as Patriots, but he spent more time as a Colt.
I think of him as a Patriot, but you're right. I was going to say he spent more time as a Colt, but I do think of him as a Patriot.
I had to go look it up. I was like, what, 14 years with the Colts?
Yeah, man.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's a hell of a run. He's where he belongs. Yep. Kicker, Hall of Fame kicker. Absolutely. First-year eligible group for next year. These are some names. Rob Gronkowski, Ben Roethlisberger, Adrian Peterson, Richard Sherman, Andrew Whitworth, Gerald McCoy, and if you're really feeling crazy. You want to throw Cam Newton, Antonio Brown, and Le'Veon Bell in that mix.
And throw in the holdovers, right? The Eli's, the Torrey Holtz,
And we're only doing 5?
Yeah, max 5,
Max.
All right, so tell me, forget the ones that you mentioned second.
Well,
Gronk is getting in.
Gronk is a first-timer.
I think Ben's getting in.
Is Ben a first ballot?
I think Ben's a first ballot. And I know there's certain people that want to hear that, but...
No, well, here's the thing. Regular season-wise, Ben had a better career than Eli. That you can't challenge that. In the 2 Super Bowls that they won...
He wasn't great in either one.
Ben's Super Bowl 40, when they beat the Seahawks...
It may have been the worst performance ever.
The worst performance by a winning quarterback in a Super Bowl, hands down. So, Eli was better in the Super Bowls, but...
I agree.
Ben had a lot
but
better
the runs, too,
though.
Eli in the runs, though. Forget just the Super Bowls. Eli in the runs to the Super Bowl was great, too.
Right, but there were only 2 runs. You know what I mean? Eli never won a playoff game outside of those 2 years.
That's the argument that those guys in that room always use against Eli.
And by the way, I'm with you. If you're asking me, I would probably put Ben in first ballot. But then you have other guys are they going to hold the off-the-field stuff agast Adrian Peterson?
Well, if they hold the off-field stuff against Adrian Peterson, would they hold the off-field stuff against Ben Roethlisberger? You see where this goes.
I do.
And again, it's supposed to be...
And then I think, doesn't Whitworth get in, too?
I think
Whitworth is a Hall of Famer,
Whitworth's
absolutely.
Definitely consideration. I think Sherman gets consideration.
Sherman had off-the-field stuff.
Richard Sherman?
Yeah. Remember the Ring doorbell?
Yeah. It wasn't... Yeah.
Richard Sherman...
Gerald McCoy's another guy, I think, he's not going to be...
he's not going to be first.
But he's a guy I think should be in the Hall of Fame.
Richard Sherman kind of tailed off a little bit post-Seattle. The San Francisco years were not as... You know what I mean?
No,
he did have a positive impact in San Francisco, though. He did.
Yeah, they won, but...
Right, but he wasn't the same player.
No.
And you know what? I have to go back and look at the holdovers again, too. Because there were some guys
and there's a lot of good names. Jason Witten's there.
Jason Witten. I thought Jason Witten was a first ballot Hall of Famer.
There's at least 1 or 2 other guys who should be in that are not
in. So here's the point we're trying to make. Unfortunately, Eli... how about another guy, Ray? Bill Belichick?
Bill Belichick.
You know what I'm saying? Robert Kraft.
A different category.
Holt and Reggie Wayne are still there.
Reggie Wayne. How many more years Reggie Wayne got to wait?
It wouldn't make sense, though, to keep Eli out 3 years and have Ben go in first ballot.
Dude.
I wouldn't.
I'm guarantee you there's going to be people who argue just exactly for that. I guarantee you.
I'm
not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just telling you, I guarantee you there's going to be people in that room. And we can ask Gary Myers about it. I'm sure there will be people arguing.
This would be the third. This is the third cycle next year. Will be for Eli.
Yeah, and this is why.
So you're going to have him going potentially in his 4th year of eligibility, and have Ben going first.
And if you remember when Eli got denied the first time, we bat that around it could be a while because there's more and more guys coming. So it's. This could be a conversation we have for a few years.
The other guy that always also and is linked with these two, and his clock reset because of last year.
Phil Rivers.
To me,
that's another one.
To me, Phillip Rivers is a Hall of Famer. I think he's a Hall of Famer, but he's not a first ballot guy. It is going to be interesting.
I don't think Rivers goes in before he does, though.
Eli might have a hard time making the cut again, man.
But again, we could be having this conversation for a few years, especially when Eli didn't get in on the first try before. Yeah.
You're gonna get some real angry Giants fans. Ben goes in first ballot.
I know of one guy who'll be extremely angry.
Oh, Dave will have a nervous breakdown.
Yeah. Rookie QBs actually stole the show in the actual Hall of Fame game. Panthers beat the Cardinals 33-30, high-scoring walk-off finish. Carson Beck efficient in the first half for Arizona, 15 of 19, 188, 1 touchdown, no picks. Orchestrated 3 consecutive scoring drives. No overtime, so Carolina faced a 30-27 deficit in the final seconds. Rookie QB Haynes King leads a 13-play, 65-yard drive, scrambles into the end zone, 5-yard touchdown as time expires, secures the win. He goes 21 of 34 for 180 and 2 touchdowns, but he may have injured himself on that scoring play. Expected to miss time with a hamstring. Carolina signs Kyle Trask to fill the third quarterback void. Speaking of third quarterbacks, Teddy Bridgewater has decided to step away from the Lions and replaced on the reserve retired.
He retired, right?
Yeah.
Well, Dan Campbell said he thinks this one will stick. Detroit signs Josh Dobbs back to the team to take his place. Teddy B retired after 2023, but he did come back to the Lions the next season.
Hall of Fame game is. I was in and out of it because I was.
No, it's the Hall of Fame.
I was down for the count, anyways. But from what I could glean, it was probably like one of the more watchful and entertaining ones.
It was an entertaining game, yeah.
I like Haynes King.
Normally
him
in
at
those
Georgia
Hall of Fame
Tech.
games, like obviously nobody plays and nobody could score. There's like no action. It's terrible. But this one was
usually.
pretty good.
This one, again, it's rookie QBs going off again. And Carson Beck's always a guy that viewed his potential. I didn't think that he would find that stride in the NFL, but maybe he challenges for that starting job eventually.
The guy
in
that I
Arizona.
always remember like hitting the ground running and making an immediate impact in the Hall of Fame game when it was different, when guys actually played in it. Remember Jeremy Shockey's rookie year, 2002.
Oh, yeah.
He was trucking dudes against the Texans. Yeah.
Yep, I remember.
He had a huge game that night.
Knocking helmets off.
Yep.
That was when Bill Parcells said everyone calm
I gotta
down,
believe,
and he
too,
got
that's
mad
it.
at Bill Parcells.
I got to believe, too, that with the all the money being spent in college, that guys sticking around a little bit extra in college is making the transition to the NFL
could be beneficial. Yeah.
easier.
That's a good point.
Because they're coming in older, more
Yeah.
mature, everything. Yeah.
One guy who's
Indiana
coming in-
guys.
But Indiana, one guy who came in and, benefited greatly from it. Fernando Mendoza, number 1 pick in the draft, Heisman Trophy, national champion, all the accolades. And he's getting first-team reps now because Kirk Cousins and Max Crosby got held out of practice this weekend for disciplinary reasons stemming from their fight on Friday. So Mendoza gets first-team reps. Cousins and Crosby get into a heated altercation. The 5-time Pro Bowler hitting the quarterback twice during team period. You're not supposed to hit the guy with the red jersey. Crosby hit him on the arm twice. 15-year vet had enough, got in his face, grabbed his jersey, exchanged words before it was broken up. Clint Kubiak said both players will practice again today.
I think the Chiefs might be going with the rookie from Indiana, the right tackle who was undrafted, Khalil Benson. He might be their week 1 right tackle, believe it or not. But guess what? You come into the league from Indiana.
You got some reps.
You got reps.
Kirk Cignetti effect. And one team that could use tackle depth right now, Commanders.
Washington.
Yeah, Larry Tunsil suffered a torn triceps, will likely require surgery, will miss at the very least a significant portion of the regular season. Recovery time, typically 4 months on the low end, could be as long as 6 or 7 months. Brandon Coleman will replace him at left tackle. And that is the league.
Wow.
And we've gone around it.
That's it, huh?
Well done, Raymond.
Good around the league. Chock full of information.
We are back.
Yeah, we're back. We're back. I think there's 5 or 6 games on Thursday, I believe. And then Jets Friday night, Giants Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, and all the joint practices happened this week, too. So.
Right. Joint practices galore.
And again, the preseason games themselves matter less and less, but the joint practices and what you get from there, and obviously stuff is going to be restricted, but this is where the real stuff is really picked up.
Oh, you got to wait till 8 o'clock on Saturday. You're the last kickoff of the weekend to see your team play in Seattle.
Yeah, but you know what? That's better than last year. Like, I had a 10 o'clock kickoff.
Oh.
I think they had the Rams.
Oh.
And I was going to save some of this for later. I should have known how bad our secondary was going to be last year from the jump because, again, pointing to these joint practices, and they got the Rams this week. And they practiced with the Rams ahead of their preseason game last year. And in those joint practices, Jimmy G was destroying them. Like, he was lighting up their secondary. There was video of it all over the place. I'm thinking, it's just Jimmy G. Maybe no. Then they get to the preseason game, and Stetson Bennett looked like Joe Montana against some of our guys. I should have known then and there it was going to be a long season.
So you're still in Oxnard?
They don't leave Oxnard for another week or so.
Really?
Yeah. They stay there for a while.
Because, the Bills left, they're St. John Fisher. Mm-hmm. Giants have left West Virginia.
Well, I think the Giants just wanted to get back at MetLife because changes had to be made to the facility and also with the whole World Cup thing.
Right.
So, yeah.
And plus, they got a game there this week, so you might as well start to get acclimated.
Makes sense.
But we got the preseason games. So what did you want to say about the weekend? Give me the big tease. You left everybody out there.
We
you're
got to go to break
the
now. It's not worth doing it now.
All right, so we'll go to break, and then you're going to give us a little tease after that, and we'll talk some Giants. How about that?
I love it.
Nice. 800-919-3776. And we're coming off of that great Around the League segment by Ray. Let's get some football calls up here. Jets, Giants, anything you want to talk about. It's kind of like a frenzy. Without calling it the frenzy, it's Dan and Rick, DNR, on ESPN New York.
Hey, Yankees fans. Join us at Yankee Stadium on Friday, August 21st, as the Yankees take on the Toronto Blue Jays. And don't miss Cody Bellinger Bobblehead Night, presented by T-Mobile. The first 18,000 guests through the gates will take home an exclusive Cody Bellinger bobblehead. Get here early, grab the giveaway, and cheer on the Bronx Bombers. Tickets are available now at Yankees.com/tickets.
1-877-CARS
for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Miller time. People think it just happens, but that's not true. You know what you gotta do? You gotta go say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Forget the couch. Go to that thing. Play the game. See him in person. Talk to that stranger. Live a little. Small acts of rebellion that bring us together. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Progressive knows there's no one more important to your team than your pet. They're like your top draft pick.
And it looks like Chuck has selected Pepper the Corgi. Bold pick there, Deborah.
Yeah, Rich, Pepper has a high ceiling for sure, but he does have a tendency to bark at every tree.
Yeah, he brings a lot to the table, but also takes a lot off of it, especially when it's been left near the edge.
Nothing left to do now but suit him up for the dog park.
Protect your top draft pick from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms.
Kenny here to tell you about the Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. It's a fruity candy flavor explosion. A zero-sugar treat that's Sweet Tooth approved. These can take care of my candy cravings and provides a tasty caffeine kick without all the sugar. Get candy-flavored chaos with Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
827, let's get a check of the road. Say good morning, Debbie Duhane.
Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and gabons around the tri-state. Let's see what's going on. We're seeing delays, guys, on the Garden State Parkway North exit 83 and Toms River with an accident. It's busy on the westbound BQE into Queens Boulevard with a crash being cleared. Danbury branch of Metro North, watch for delays there as well. Sponsored by RockAuto.com. A failed strut can turn any drive into a rough ride. When it's time for repairs, Rock Auto makes finding the right part easy. Shop name brands at lower prices and have parts shipped directly to your door. All the parts your car will ever need. Rock Auto. Alternate side parking rules are in effect. I'm Debbie Duhame on 880 ESPN New York.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg.
I'm telling you right now, I'm buying stock in 96.
I might be buying a jersey.
This kid, Lombard, is not overhyped. This kid is exactly the goods. And it doesn't mean he's not going to have a bad game every now and then. There's a way people move and act and talk that tell you, oh yeah, it's in him. Now it's a matter of sit back and let's watch it happen.
Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg. Weekdays at 3 on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
It's DNR. Dan and Rick here on ESPN New York. Funny thing just happened during the commercial break in the hallway. So I'm talking to Ray Dinahan, and we're talking about something, and I was trying to use it as an example, and I just drew a blank on it. And I said to Ray, what was the stuff around like 9/11, the white powder stuff? And then all of a sudden, Carlin, who's in the next room behind me, you hear this voice from afar, and he's like, anthrax. Like, it was just very funny. It was one of those you had to be there kind of moments, you know? Like if you go to
was
Peter
actually
Luger
happy.
lunch.
I was going back and forth with Carlin this weekend through text.
Was this the big weekend story?
No. So Carlin, this is what I can't say enough good things about the big fella.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, and not so big fella anymore. Is the man is a pro. You've worked with him. I thought you guys did great shows together. So he decided, because he's going to be doing a lot of Dolphins games this year on the radio, that he would go down to Miami and watch some practices.
That's called being professional, proactive.
Correct.
Yes.
So I said to him, hey, when you're down there, make sure, if you have any questions about food, and he mentioned this restaurant that I used to go to every time we were down there, we would go to it. He's like, is it worth it? I said, buddy, if you can get there, I don't care if you sit at the bar, go. So he's sending me pictures. He went, delicious. He said he loved it. So I was happy about that.
Nice. So you gave the blessing. He went, good to go.
Well, yeah, I didn't want to put him in, I'm not going to tell him it's good if it's not good. Like, it's not an easy place to get into. He went, enjoyed himself, which I was happy to hear.
Nice.
You know?
So you
He's
played
a food guy. Carlin's Corner. You know what I mean? I got to impress the guy.
Of course. You don't want to steer him wrong.
I don't want bad reviews.
And I was just talking to him about that briefly, and he said, yeah, the Dolphins not good. And I said, well, you know what? That's to be expected this year.
That's good for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not exactly a high benchmark. I mean, Miami is going to be bad this year.
Well, the only thing that kind of confused people was the whole Malik Willis thing.
Well, I mean, but that was, I think those were resources not spent properly, but that's their dime, not mine. Because they're going to be in the market for a quarterback, too, once the draft rolls around.
Right. And then maybe you draft one, and then you still have Malik Willis, but...
Exactly. But that's their problem. I'd love to know what happened this weekend.
All right, so listen, this is what happened this weekend. It was a great weekend. Baseball wrapping up. So quick shout out to Dennis over at Hot Stove. He ended up having to reschedule some stuff, so I appreciate that. But I had two teams. We had two teams playing in the playoffs.
Okay.
So the shirt I'm wearing right now is the Blue Collar Bulldogs. This is the 12U team that I coach.
I like that shirt.
Yeah, it's nice. It's got all the names in the back. Very nice shirt. So we had the quarterfinal game. Kids showed up, played really, really well. My third baseman, Natty Machado, hit his first home run over the fence, which was a big deal. So we win the quarterfinal game. And now all of a sudden we're up against the big boys. We're up against the Bomb Squad.
Ooh.
And they were named appropriately because the Bomb Squad hit bombs. They hit 7 home runs. Right? 7. There was 10 home runs in this game. So Natty hits another one. I had my guy Tate, who hit one, I don't know, probably 260. An absolute bomb. And then my guy Jackson Brown hit his first home run.
Jackson
so we
Brown,
didn't win.
the singer, is on your team?
JB?
Yeah.
See this kid pitch. So I'll bring that lead me to my next part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
So we put up a good fight. They got up early. We fought all the way back, made it interesting. They ended up winning the league. I think they won the final game like 13-3. So they were a unit. We were talking to some of the people. I think they finished 8th in Cooperstown out of like 100 teams. So they were legit. So anyway, so we lose that one. Now it's 11U. So 11U, Hot Pot Gold, playing in the final game yesterday. Now it's hot. Yesterday was hot.
Yeah, summer.
Playing against Garden City. So this thing gets off to a little bit of a sloppy start, right? There's some nerves. It's the finals, right? You're trying to win the ring. If you win this thing, you get a championship ring, which is a big deal, okay? Ends up being tied 2-2. Bottom of the 6th. Now we're making plays all over the place, right? Top of the 6th, I got Lucas Yu playing left field. He makes a diving grab. I got Jack at third base. He's making plays. My guy T hits a game-tying double. We get thrown out. We were going to take the lead. We get thrown out at home. Back and forth, good defense, the whole deal. Now we're in the bottom of the 6th, okay? We got the top coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Pitchers duel. JB, Jackson Brown, pitches lights out, goes all 6, 2-2. Got a runner on.
Oof.
Now what do we do? Because we got Taters coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Now Tate has been hot as a pistol all season. Like this has been the year that he's found his power, and he's hitting home run after home run. He just hit one 260 right in the 12U game, over the bathrooms, into the trees, like Roy Hobbs. That's what this thing looks like. Now, I said this to, I don't know if it was you or Dave. I get put in a bit of a pickle here because I don't know what to do as a coach sometimes, especially at this age. Do you do what's in the best interest of your team and, I don't know, potentially intentionally walk somebody? Or do you let them battle? Right? Best man wins. Big conundrum for me.
Yeah.
Coach goes out.
Mm-hmm.
Smart move is we're going to walk Tate. Okay? Makes the most sense. The guy, I mean, he's a weapon.
What, are you going to go to your bench maybe for a,
No. So next up is Brett, our catcher, who, by the way, if you ever watched 11U, 12, doesn't matter. Like, to throw someone out at a base stealing is virtually impossible. He threw 3 guys out.
Wow.
Right? So he was a
So he's a cannon is what you're saying.
Like young
there.
Benito Santiago behind the plate.
From his knees.
Unbelievable. So I guess the plan was, because I found this out afterwards, there was a long conversation. So Tate's lefty, pitcher's lefty. I guess the coach wanted to walk, there's 2 outs, walk Tate, then turn around and walk Brett, now have the bases loaded, and face Jackson, who just recently hit his first home run, who's been red hot. Pitcher talks the coach into, no, hey, Skip, I got this. Talks the coach into facing Tate. 2 outs, runner on. What does Tate do? 2-run home run over the center field fence, walks it off.
Walk off by the Tater?
The Taters, night. Thanks for coming.
A tater tot shot.
Champions.
Champions.
Unbelievable.
You got a trophy yet?
No, they got rings. Championship rings.
You got a ring?
They got rings. Unbelievable.
Congratulations.
What a day yesterday was.
He wanted taters, and taters made him pay.
Taters made him pay.
Now, do you get the ring too as the coach?
I do. That's not a team I coach. I don't coach that one. I coach the Bulldogs.
Yeah.
That's a Joe, Pat, and JR. All great guys.
You're just a parent on this team.
I'm just a parent. I just get to relax, watch the kids play. Yeah, that's it. Boys showed up, though.
So the
that's
boys
got to
are
be a
jacked.
relief for you.
Boys were jacked. Yeah, you're talking about I think lifetime memories with how that one ended.
Come on, a walk-off to win the whole thing?
To win a
Walk-off
championship?
To win the whole thing? Come on.
2-run home run, dead center. Bomb, no doubter. Unbelievable.
Oh, the feeling in that moment must have been.
Oh, it was crazy just to see the kids. I mean,
and where was this tournament?
This is a hot stove tournament. We ended up playing the field was in Seaford. Yeah, it was great.
That must have been one hell of a celebration.
Oh, my goodness. It was, incredible.
Ice cream, pizza. What do we do for celebration?
I think there was a pool party eventually.
Pool party?
Yeah. I think most of the players just wanted to kind of get home and shower off because it was disgusting out. But Rocco got a ring for being the bat boy. What a day. What a Sunday. Wow. It's great. Yeah.
Even Rocco gets a ring.
Rocco got a ring, yeah, bat boy. He's been tipped by the umpire twice for being a bat boy.
How does that work, by the way? Like, so when you win in baseball, do the bat boys, ball boys get rings? Like, if the team wins?
I don't think normally. I think that the coaches felt like Rocco did a good job being a bat boy and was kind of like a team mascot that they hooked him up. That was nice.
Do the ball boys for the Knicks, Ray? You think they're getting rings?
I would assume they are. I'm not sure.
Yeah, will they get the real ring though? That's the question. Or will they get the fake?
Right. The
cubic zirconia ring.
Yeah, I don't know what those are called, but that seems accurate.
I don't like talking about this because the fact that Ray wasn't on a float still makes me sick to my stomach and it bothers me.
I hear you. I'm
really affected by that.
I'm with you about that.
Very.
You haven't got any update on that as far as the ring situation?
No, we haven't had any conversations. Just letting people breathe.
I'd like to see you get a nice big ring, Ray.
That'd be cool. Great.
I did 25 games this year for them. That's a quarter. That's a quarter of the season.
You're not getting. There's no chance you get a ring.
But dude, players who play 5 games get rings.
Right. Or
even if they happen in November.
Or if you play in the Hurricanes, you probably don't get your name on the cup.
Well, that's a different story. This isn't the Hurricanes.
Not even involved. Get your name on the cup.
Yeah. Just if you're part of the family, you're on the cup.
Or if you're friend or neighbor or the mailman of the family.
The fact that it's the same guy who's cheaping out on the Blazers right now is
right, but that's all part
of it.
And
he's doubling down, though.
That's all part of a bigger plan, I think, though, isn't it?
What's the plan? To move them?
To get them out of Portland.
It's like the lady from Major League.
It's much cheaper than buying a new franchise.
Where does he want to move them? Vegas or something?
No, I think Vegas is going to get a new.
That's what I'm saying. They want to get the expansion money from Vegas and Seattle. Right. So where are you going to move them?
Seattle.
Seattle's going to get a team.
Yeah, but
I think the next two in the NBA are going to be Seattle and.
They're
Vegas.
the ones that make the most sense.
Am I reading right, by the way, that Atlanta might get a third crack at this thing in the NHL?
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Stop.
I'm serious.
What are we doing?
I've heard that Atlanta's
Atlanta and either Austin or Houston in Texas.
I've heard Austin.
I've heard Austin.
Listen, we played in Houston. Houston had an IHL team, and it was fun to go down to Houston. And Austin's one of the great places.
I have heard Austin, and I have heard Atlanta.
Austin's a big college town.
What about Quebec, though? I don't understand why Quebec wouldn't get one. Atlanta.
They're like allergic to Quebec. I don't know what it is.
The economics do not work there. Even though they have the incredible fan support, like economically, though, I guess, is it facility related probably?
Facility, Canadian dollar, I don't know, probably a lot of it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Obviously, they have the built-in fan base, but I think there's
Houston and Atlanta are the leading contenders.
I don't.
They can't put it back in Atlanta. I mean, you move from Atlanta to Winnipeg.
There's
like
two
those
Canadian.
Four guys that were in
There's
Atlanta.
two Canadian teams in Atlanta from Atlanta now. It's not one, but two.
It's unbelievable. It really is.
And we can't get the Montreal Expos back in baseball.
Oh my!
I went to a couple Montreal Expos games actually.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I would have loved to have gone.
Pretty cool experience.
I think I saw the Expos play the Mets at Shea Stadium, but not up in Montreal.
No, I went. It's one of the benefits of going to like all your vacations or hockey tournaments that you occasionally get to go do stuff like that.
Mixing a little baseball, a little Montreal. 800-919-3776. Giant football talk when we return. They're back from West Virginia. It's DNR coming right back on ESPN New York.
If you're living with neck pain, back pain, sciatica, migraines, nerve pain, or chronic joint pain, you don't have to just live with it. I'm Michael Kay. I want to introduce you to Dr. Jay Shah at Sandwell Pain. Dr. Shah is Ivy League trained, double board certified, and specializes in non-surgical, image-guided treatments that help get to the source of your pain. With convenient offices in Woodbridge, Livingston, and Englewood, expert care is never far away. So if pain is keeping you from doing the things that you love this summer, take the first step toward relief. Visit SamwellPain.com to book your appointment online.
Hey, New York and New Jersey, Boost Mobile has an unlimited talk, text, and data plan that's only $25 a month forever, meaning you'll only ever pay $25 a month for the rest of your life. Who wouldn't want unlimited wireless when it only costs $25 a month forever? If you don't, you must be one of those people who enjoy overpaying for their phone plan. $25 a month forever is truly as good as it gets, so go online and switch now at boostmobile.com. After 30 gigabytes, customers may experience slower speeds. Customers will pay $25 a month as long as they remain active on the Boost Mobile Unlimited plan.
There are a million reasons to love New York. Making your budget stretch isn't one of them. According to an independent study, Amazon prices average 14% lower than other retailers. Get food, fashion, furniture, and more shipped straight to your building. Plus, another study found Amazon Prescription Pass customers pay nearly 1/3 less out of pocket. Learn more at aboutamazon.com.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Congratulations, New York. The Knicks did it. Through battle after battle, they dominated to become this year's NBA champions. Day in and day out, the hard work paid off, and you were there every step of the way. Enjoy the crown. Own it, because this year is your year. A part of your legacy that will never be forgotten. So celebrate this moment, show your pride, and shop the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
This is Carlin on ESPN New York.
Jeff Passan is with us, WWE guy. Where are you on Danhausen?
It is I, Danhausen, here with great news. You're still cursed.
Entertaining, annoying. Your thoughts?
I think you can be both at the same time.
And that's brilliant. And that's how I've made a career.
Chris Carlin, weekdays at 10 a.m. on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
DNR, Dan and Rick, ESPN New York. And yes, the Giants have left the John Denver whereabouts. And by all accounts, it was a very successful stay at the Greenbrier. They got all their work in. And, you know, I guess the best way you could put it, Rick, is that John Harbaugh and the Giants ran a training camp that kind of is, Ray, you'd probably say like as close to the old school ways of training camp. I mean, pretty much every day they were out there, those were 2.5 hours of competing pretty hard.
I think they had 4 out of 5 days in pads, so as close to old school as you can get in the modern NFL.
With the rules and what they permit, but it was refreshing to see. And, you know, I had Jordan on Saturday, and he basically said, and Jordan was a guy who was there, you know, one of the few reporters that was there every single day in West Virginia and the practices and all that stuff.
Jordan was Jordan was getting his money's worth out in West Virginia.
Don't let him fool you at the practices. He was staying in a frat house playing golf every day.
How good of a setup was that, by the way?
He was in the reporter frat house.
How great was that setup? He was like, remember
what was the guy on the porch's name?
Remember when he was here? He was like, we're staying at some VRBO. Like, you would think they'd be sleeping 3 to a room the way he made it sound. Dude, that thing looked like a palace. They had 2 staircases.
He's doing shows with Dave.
It was Mitchapalooza is what he was at. With some football practice sprinkled in. What are you guys up to today? Golf. What's on the menu? We got some surf sides. Jordan brought a handle. We got beers. You name it. Get all banged up, throw our cargo shorts on, and go watch practice.
They did the big show at some watering hole on Friday, podcast with like all the Giant guys.
Yeah. We gotta go to the Greenbrier. They'd be begging to go back to travel for training camp.
Listen, the practice may have been tough for the players, but the Giants beat writers, they were having no such issues.
They were loving life. But Harbaugh shouted them out at the end on Saturday, like when he did the press conference. He's like, "Guys, you guys," he's like, "the ones that toughed it out the entire time here." He's like, "The few of you," he's like, "Good job by you guys."
Right.
And they're taking bows.
Little did he realize that they were having a full-on bachelor party.
He's got to know. He's got to know. He's got to.
That's what he should have said. What'd you guys do? And then Jordan could have answered. He'd be like, I don't know.
Do you want to hear from Jordan, as a matter of fact, how the John Harbaugh training camp has run compared to his predecessors?
I would love to hear it.
It's a lot of live drills over and over. Fast-paced, just keeps moving and moving. Seems to never stop. Very physical, as you'd expect against a John Harbaugh-type practice, and a ton of situational stuff. I mean, very noticeable. Every day there's different situations. 3rd and long, he's going over down 3, down 4, up 4. We even saw one day, it was like trying to hold the lead. So, I mean, just very detailed and specific to prepare the team for every situation you could pretty much possibly imagine.
I love it. I love the fact that they went away too. This is okay.
And apparently, a lot of teams. A lot of teams want the Greenbrier.
Yes,
but like the Giants got their reservation in first, and that's how they ended up getting it.
But
they had all the improvements. They had all the improvements going on at the facility.
But for camp, I'm saying. Like, they can only have like one team per camp.
I understand, but like the Greenbrier is like you said, it's a popular place. Like different teams are there every year.
Yeah, well, a lot of teams, if they make those like West Coast to East Coast trips or somewhere, if they have like 2 straight weeks on the East Coast, they hang out there.
Yeah. So, couple things.
Yeah.
I think I have tried my best, and RJ's tried his best, because we're trying to keep Dave alive as long as possible, right? Like, that's the goal of this show. To not get the Monday after a football Sunday where Dave's open is, hey, it's Monday, you're still alive, congratulations. Like, we want like upbeat, excited, can't wait to talk football Dave. Our concern is, as we went from, Harbaugh gets hired to start of the season, we didn't want Dave to get so out of control and get like his expectations so high that, slow start, lost to the Cowboys, maybe a loss to the Rams, and now all of a sudden maybe you lose 10. Like that he's dead inside. We need to keep him around. Like, fair expectations, fine. I will say, though, after reading everything going on at camp, also recognizing what was being said after last season, it does kind of feel like the perfect storm for this team to have the kind of turnaround that everyone is expecting. Because sometimes you get into situations like this where maybe the expectations get set a little bit too high, and you just kind of, you jump on board, and it's like, okay, 8, 9, I think that where this team was at, the idea that they went away, which I think is always great for team building, You're instilling this new standard, this new culture. The guys are hungry for it. They want to work hard. They want this. I mean, I understand it. I get it. I mean, it makes complete sense because you got an adult now. You got someone that knows how to come in here, run a practice. He's going to get the best out of you. He's going to get the best out of these guys. What you hear from him all the time is, yeah, we trust him because of his track record, which is hard. Like you just think that's hard to earn players' trust. But being in Baltimore for 18 years, having that kind of success, and then having all these reports come out of camp with just the attention to detail, how fast paced it's been, just how physical it's been. If you're a Giants fan, man,
you're going to be excited.
You got to be ecstatic right now.
And Arvell Reese is having a great camp. He's popping, and people may be sleeping on Tremaine Edmonds a little bit. Like, Tremaine Edmonds is a really good player that they got from the Bears. So, like, those two guys.
Compared to what you were running out there last year.
Okereke wasn't bad, but Okereke's play tailed off a little bit.
Yes.
Like, as he was a Giant. You know what I'm saying? But my point is, those two guys at the linebacker position, like, watch out. Like, that has a chance to be the best unit maybe in the NFC. Like, that's how good those guys are.
Not to mention the fact that Burns is a freak.
Burns is a freak.
Carter's going to have a breakout season.
And believe it or not, now you could say this is a good thing, this is a bad thing, and I brought this up to Jordan. Deonte Banks is actually having a really good camp.
In this system, yeah.
Right? So, like, this is a guy that we kind of just, like, forgot about and thought that his fate had been sealed as a New York Giant. Maybe he's not playing significant snaps on defense. He might find his way holding down one of those starting spots at corner. And who would have thought that was a possibility? Now, maybe you can also look at it the other way and say, well, nobody else has claimed hold of those spots that maybe he had higher hopes for. Well, he was saying Paulson Adebo's not really having a great camp here so far. But competition is healthy, and nobody is on scholarship. And when you have a new coaching staff come in with this guy, he's going to make you go out there and earn these spots. So I think that's nothing but a positive if you're asking me.
Listen, Deonte Banks was a first-round pick. Right? In year one, it was like, okay, this looks like it could be something. And then last year, let's call it what it is. Right? You lost a lot. Your defensive coordinator stunk. And you even saw, Dexter Lawrence kind of give it the, what are we really doing here? Right? So, there was definitely a lack of motivation last year. And you saw it. So now, he's still got that first-round talent. If you go into a system that actually fits your playing style better, and you also realize that, I was on the verge of, I was a special teams guy. I was a kick returner.
Yeah.
Right. To go from there to all of a sudden now, I'm essentially playing myself out of this, out of this league at this point. Hopefully that was the kind of wake up call he needed. Now you take on, you add on top of it new defense that fits him better, and it's also John Harbaugh that's running the show. Maybe he does snap out of it and get back to, because you're right. Like Dave especially had written him completely off.
And we didn't talk about it last week. To me, that was one of the most impressive things that I found in this coach. Like, if I was a Giant fan, what happened last week with Dart and Newsome and throwing the ball in his face and then making sure that you penalize them the 15 yards to illustrate to these guys who maybe need to see it play itself out before it really registers so they don't do it again, that's costing you 15 yards. We don't want to have to kick a 50-yard extra point, essentially. In that situation, it could cost us a game.
A game-winning drive.
Awesome.
Right, game-winning drive. You know what the best part of that thing is? I'll tell you right now. It's almost like a coach's dream scenario, because it's such a teaching moment, but at the same time, like a PCU is like, I love how competitive this is.
Yep.
Because you've heard plenty of stories. Going back to Parcells and these guys that would let guys know, hey, let's make sure this practice gets real physical. And if a fight breaks out, fine. We want it just on the edge of that. So to have, of all people, your quarterback, that's the one doing it. You know how competitive he is, and then at the same time be like, hey, dum-dum. I love that you're competitive. We got to realize that we're practicing. This is a game situation. Do you want to kick a 50-yard game-winning field goal, extra point, or no? Control yourself. So you get the best kind of both worlds with it.
I also asked Jordan because, hey, we got a game this week, right, for the Giants. How do you think John Harbaugh is going to go about handling playing time for his guys in the preseason?
The only thing that we were able to get on that so far is that he was saying the young guys are going to play a lot in the preseason, that he's going to play his guys. And that's not, by young guys, that doesn't mean just rookie. That means young players who don't have a lot of NFL experience, whereas Jackson Dart could figure in there, right? He's just his second year. Cam Scatterbo, these kind of players also. So I think aside from the Andrew Thomases of the world, we're going to see a lot of these Giants playing in the preseason.
And even the Scadaboo thing, right? Like, remember the whole thing with the backflips and this and that, and he was kind of making light of it. But then, Harbaugh gave his answer not to really create a distraction or maybe draw any extra attention to it. But you kind of get the sense that they did have a conversation behind the scenes, because then when Scadaboo met the media, he said, I do some stupid things. I have to be smarter about it, because obviously, the coach got his message across to him.
There's a reason why you stick around in a spot 18 years. Right? Like, I mean, it's what, as a Jets fan, I've been dying for. Right? It's someone that the second they step in your building, you're not living with the growing pains of how to deal with the media. We're not talking about that. It's like, no, like, he's been there, he's done that. He knows exactly how it should look. He knows how to handle the media. He knows how to diffuse a situation. And at the same time, like you just said, like, he may say one thing to you. He absolutely had a conversation with Cam Scadaboo, and Scadaboo knows, I'm not going to be doing backflips off the field anymore. Like, that's how you're supposed to do it.
Ray just said something in my ear. Like, so the Giants...
I thought in Rick's case he was talking about the Jets.
Oh,
in the Giants.
Jets.
In the Giants case, they brought in Coughlin. Coughlin won a Super Bowl.
No, but that's what I want.
Yeah,
I mean, we keep going with the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, it's usually first-time head coach.
In the Jets case, I'm trying to think of a guy. They haven't done it since Parcells.
Well, we had a chance to hire Mike McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy. Yep.
We chose not to.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, I mean, there's been opportunities. We just keep doing this. It feels like the same thing over and over again.
Got a playoff caliber head coach in Adam Gase. What took the Dolphins to the playoffs, but that didn't work out very well.
Yeah.
Didn't work out very well.
They did real well by Sam Darnold with that whole ordeal.
Yeah. He's doing all right, though.
He's finally figured it out.
Did you watch Hard Knocks, by the way?
Manning called me.
I did.
It wasn't that
How
great.
nice is that facility, man?
It's right on the water. It's amazing. It's absolutely... Here's the problem with Hard Knocks, though. The access that you get with the players now away from the facility, it just seems like it's next to nothing. And that's been the case for the last couple of years. Like, you didn't see anything in this episode of guys away from the field. And that's usually what Hard Knocks was kind of made about. Guys who were, fringe roster guys.
Yeah, but then they started feeling bad because those guys are going to get cut.
Well, but you can still, like, not show them getting cut, which you'll never see again because the society is what it is.
Well, you long for the days of seeing Chad Hutchinson playing his guitar in his hotel room type of situation?
Like the conversations with their families and what
Dan
they
wants
do.
to make personal connections, Ray.
Right.
With the guys who'll be cut.
Yeah. You want to go eat cheeseburgers on Mary's birthday, but that's another story for another time.
Or Dave
can celebrate.
Dave Campo in a wetsuit.
Who can celebrate?
Can celebrate Mary's birthday.
And it's not her birthday,
Whose
by the way, is
birthday?
it? It's not.
According to the Vatican and Joe Leo.
Mother of Jesus.
It's not. Happy birthday, Joe Leo, by the way.
I'll believe that when I'm dead, Dan.
Oh, take it up with the Pope. All right, 800-919-3776. That is the telephone number. We come back. We will circle back to the Yankees. A jam-packed hour number 4 still to come. We got the stuff you missed. Ray's going to give you the 3 stars if he can whittle it down to just 3 today. It is Dan and Rick. It is DNR on ESPN New York.
It's Mary's birthday, but other than that.
On Wednesday?
Yeah.
Who's Mary?
Yeah.
Who's Mary?
August 12th. Mother Mary?
Mother of Christ.
Mother of Jesus?
Hi, this is Don LaGreca. Just like the New Jersey Devils bring intensity on the ice, Viking Pest Control brings the same level of protection to your home. And I know because I use Viking at my own place. The season may be over, but pests are always in play. So it's time to lock in your off-season defense. As the pest control provider and proud partner of the Devils, Viking delivers 45 years of trusted experience to keep ants, cockroaches, stinging insects, rodents, mosquitoes, and more out of your zone. And when you bundle pest control mosquito services, you score big savings. One call, one company, total peace of mind. Visit VikingPest.com. Protecting your home inside and out.
Miller time. People think it just happens, but that's not true. You know what you gotta do? You gotta go say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Forget the couch. Go to that thing. Play the game. See them in person. Talk to that stranger. Live a little. Small acts of rebellion that bring us together. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
There you were, surrounded by fans. Everybody remembers the game. Nobody remembers the guy coughing behind you. Till a few days later, at 2 a.m., you wake up with a fever and your throat's on fire. Now what? Urgent care? Closed. ER? Slammed. Telehealth? Maybe, but the pharmacy's closed. You needed a medical emergency kit. These aren't first aid kits. They contain essential prescriptions used for over 30 common conditions. Sinus and ear infection, UTIs, stomach bugs, traveler's diarrhea, and more on hand before you need them. Use your doctor-developed guidebook to select the right prescription or call their telemedicine doctor standing by. It's like an urgent care and drugstore at home. When you're sick, traveling, or stranded, you'll wish you'd ordered a medical emergency kit. Order online in minutes, and it's shipped to your door. And save $45 with my promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880. That's promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Shohei Ohtani's interpreter was fired today. Ippei Mitsuhara ran up gambling debts to a Southern California bookmaking operation.
The inside story of the biggest scandal in modern baseball.
He was absolutely bananas, the amount of bets he was making. I've never seen anything like it.
From 30 for 30 podcasts, this is The Betrayal of Shohei Ohtani.
Presented by Gusto. Episodes 1 and 2 available now. Listen wherever you get podcasts.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
ESPN New York is your home for the world champion New York Knicks. WHSQ and WCBS FM HD2, New York. This is DiPietro and Rothenberg.
Do we know if Wednesday's a holiday? Is it some sort of like holiday they make up? You know,
I don't
like
believe
the feast
so.
of the whatever.
It's Mary's birthday, but other than that.
On Wednesday?
Yeah.
Who's Mary?
August 12th. Mother Mary?
Mother of Christ.
Mother of Jesus?
Is her birthday the same day every single year?
That's how birthdays work.
No, but it's like a church calendar. No. You guys are missing the point. You guys are missing the point.
No, sometimes
Joe Leo's coming out firing. I love it.
Wow.
Yeah, Joe, they had birth certificates back in those days.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
It is DNR, Dan and Rick, here on ESPN New York. And you know what? Wednesday may or may not be Mary's birthday. We'll call it. Well, you know what? We got to call into the Vatican. Pope Leo's going to join
Pope
us.
Leo on the line?
Yeah, Pope Leo's going to play Cuddle Mary Trash tomorrow, Rick. And we'll get the Mary thing straightened out.
Mr. Pope, what's your favorite feast
His name
days?
is actually Pope Leo. Forgot about that.
What's your favorite feast days?
I don't think he goes by Mr. Pope, does he?
No, he doesn't go by Mr. Pope.
Father Leo.
Father Leo, Your Holiness.
Yeah, Holy Father.
I'm siding with Joe. Joe said he was there. That's when they celebrate.
Happy birthday to Joe Leo.
I'm
But
sticking with Joe.
in that clip, by the way, the reason I said like his birth is the birthday the same day every year. Easter's not the same day every year on the
Correct.
calendar. That's my point. That's what I was getting at. You people jump down my throat like I'm a horrible Catholic.
Right, but the date's
Dare
the
you.
same.
Is Jesus' birthday the same day every year?
Well, how about this? If you really want to go, if you want to do like deep dive into this, like you celebrate it on Christmas because obviously it's, but he was born in like the summer months. If you
Yeah,
really
we don't
want to
get
go
into those facts.
Yeah, we don't get into those facts. He was actually born during like, the summer months if you go biblical teachings and all that stuff. But he was one of those guys who was the inverse. He didn't want a summer birthday. He preferred the winter birthday because he liked it when he was off from school during Christmas vacation. So that's why they went with December 25th. They said, hey, Dad, let me give me a break. He's like, school's beating up everybody at the end of the year. Give me at least me and my friends a couple of weeks at the end of the year. How about we say my birthday is December 25th? We'll call it Christmas. How about that? That's how it happened.
Okay. All right.
Not sure that's accurate. But
I don't think that's accurate at all. But
Ray, that's how you're phrasing it? You're not sure that it's accurate? Ray's funny. We missed Ray. He was on vacation last week. It's good to have him back in the fold as well. And it's good that the Yankees took 2 out of 3 from the Atlanta Braves this weekend, Rick, even though the offense and the bats still haven't caught up quite yet. But when you're getting the pitching that the Yanks are getting, Fried, Cole, Schlittler for these 3 games, you just get a little bit of a glimpse and a little bit of foresight into what this team is going to need come October if they're going to take this thing a long ways, and it's going to be the starting pitching, which is going to lead the charge.
Right. I don't think anyone has any questions as to how good the starting pitching's been or is, especially when you get Rodon back. I mean, that was part of the excitement going into the series, wasn't it, that you were going to get your three best going up against a good Atlanta Braves team. And you took 2 or 3. I think yesterday was an example of, I think, a Yankees fan's fear is that even though you're going to get a great start from your pitching, from your starter, when Schlittler was great bounce back start by him, is just offensively they've been inept, especially in spots where it's like, okay, it's a close game, you're pitching lights out. Let's find a way to manufacture a run here, right? I got second and third, 1 out, hit a sac fly, get me something. Or when you get to extra innings, it's like, okay, you got a guy on second base, Spencer Jones, let's do the job. Maybe shorten up a little bit. Get the ball to the right side. Let's get that guy over. And they weren't able to do it.
Right. And look, this is something, fact of the matter, unless some miracle takes place, this isn't anything that's going to right itself until these guys get healthy. And you know the guys that we're talking about. Now, on the flip side, you want to, again, just draw more positives from George Lombard and what he has shown in the first week as a big leaguer. He looks like he belongs. It's as simple as that. You want to add on? Be my guest. He looks like he belongs.
Yeah, he looks like the real deal. I mean, it's, again, going back to just as a Yankees fan that's gone through this, it feels like a couple different times, just recently with Anthony Volpe, is you hear all these great things. Here's why we can't trade this guy and whatever the deal is. And then eventually you see the player. And Anthony Volpe was good in year 1. He won a Gold Glove. And then, injuries and everything else, it's like, okay, we can't wait to get him out of town, get him out of town. And we're hearing the same things about George Lombard Jr. And it's a tough spot, right? I mean, it's a Yankees fan base that's upset about the deadline. They didn't get a catcher. The Red Sox did. The Rays did. And then, hey, here's our shiny new toy. Okay, let's see how it looks. And to their credit, he looks damn good, especially on the defensive side of the ball.
100%. And right now, you need that to help you win games. Like we said, McMahon, he could pick it at third. Lombard's got short taken care of, right? Left side of the infield, check. If I'm Aaron Boone, I don't have to give a second thought to my left side of the infield, at least defensively, because I know those guys are going to have it covered. I'm not going to allow cheap hits. I might be able to save runs because I know that, those 2 guys are going to prevent balls possibly from getting through the infield to the outfield, which will maybe let a runner score from second base. You know what I'm saying? Like winning on the margins are what the Yankees are going to have to do right now while you're going through this rut offensively.
Right, and can they do that? I mean, that's my biggest question. I mean, with the offense the way it is currently, which is not going to get any better until you get those bats that you mentioned coming back. I mean, last 10 games, you're 0-88 with runners in scoring position. Right? I mean, you got 2 runs or fewer in 7 of the last 10 games. I mean, so that kind of, as good as your pitching has been, you're still making it way more difficult than it has to be.
The idea that you lost
the idea that you lost last night or yesterday afternoon, after Schlittler pitches the way that he pitches, it feels like a wasted effort.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't know. I mean, the question I asked you earlier in the show is, like, by the time you get the reinforcements back, like, how much damage have you done to a Cam Schlittler who's far exceeded his innings that he's pitched recently, and on top of that, it feels like every inning he's pitching is high leverage because you're not scoring any runs. And bullpen, same deal.
And that's so much extra pressure, too, especially for a young pitcher, which I think is a testament to Cam and how he's handled it, and obviously the season that he's had right now. And, in the race to be a Cy Young winner, that, he's already having to pitch big games at this stage of his career, in his second year in the big leagues, knowing that I can't go out there and make a mistake. Because, I mean, we joke, but really and truly, like when you watch a Yankee game, if the other team scores 2 runs, you think the game's over. And it was like that for the Mets for a long time, too. Like when you thought that they had a season because they couldn't score at all, period. And now the Mets are a powerhouse offensively when the season is dead and buried, and the Yankees could use half of the Mets' offensive production, which would help get them over the... Imagine if the Yankees could guarantee on like 5 runs a game, they'd win every single time they're out there with the pitching they're getting.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you see some of these stats that they flash up after games and everything else. It's like, I know last 5 games they're 3 and they've won 3, they've lost 2, right? Which is fine. It's a game over 500. Your starting pitchers have given up 6 runs in the 5 games. Right? I mean, you'd like to 3-2 is fine, but I mean, you'd think with that kind of pitching that you're getting, you'd be a little bit better than that. But again, this team is without Aaron Judge has been a 500 team. So the idea of catching Tampa, who continues to win, seems like it's probably not going to happen.
Are we both in agreement on that one, that the division is kind of far-fetched at this point?
I don't think they're going to catch Tampa, no.
I can't see it, man.
I mean, it's going to be hard to catch a team that keeps winning the way that they're doing. What, they won 6 straight right now, where you're just you're a 500 team without Aaron Judge. So you keep kicking along at 500, you're not going to catch them.
But the American League has so many problems this year.
Yep.
You know, and I mean, like, we could sit here and wonder and project, like, what if this was a better American League? You know, just, I mean, let's say even like average, right? What shape would the Yankees be in right now?
Oh, they'd be real concerned.
Yeah, I mean, they might be a team fighting for that, like, last wild card spot if the American League was in better shape.
Yeah, but you're not worried about that because there's no one close in that.
Like, do you know who's got the number 1 run differential in the American League? The Tigers. And they're sub 500. And they wouldn't even be in the play. Like, think about that. The team with the best run differential is under 500 and would not even make the playoffs if the season was over.
Right. The American League stinks.
And the White Sox are so fugazi. Like, I mean, that is the team you want to play in the first. Like, now the Yankees might not get that luxury. They might.
You can make the argument that it'd be better for them it'd probably be better for the Yankees to have the 3rd wild card
because you play them. Well, no, you might have to play Houston. It depends.
Right, as opposed to just get into a rock fight with your own division.
Oh yeah, the teams in the division scare you the most.
Right.
It's not even close.
You're just trying to get through this until you get your guys back. I mean, because listen, I asked Dave the same question. You can answer it. I mean, outside of Ben Rice, name the New York Yankee position player that's having a good season, or a season that's like representable, like to what you expected.
You can't.
There's nobody. You can't.
You can't.
I mean, Goldschmidt for a time there, right? Like he's like, wow, but then he ends up playing too much. And then kind of like just age and attrition kicks in. But, I mean, Jazz hasn't. Grisham hasn't. Bellinger wasn't. McMahon just can't hit well. Wells, no. Shortstop position, no. I mean, there's one.
Joe, are you getting Mary's birthday confused with the Assumption?
I am.
We were just talking about
this.
Come on, Joe.
Oh boy.
The Assumption is when she went to heaven.
Sorry, I was 12.
And that was August 15th.
What a
now,
big
correct me
difference,
if I'm
Joe.
wrong. Isn't that a holy day of obligation? Like, supposedly, right?
It is.
That's like a day you're supposed to go to Mass, which
a good Catholic boy would know that.
This
right.
is just an absolute.
So that's the Assumption.
What did I learn
That's
to
not her
speak what did I learn to speak Latin for?
Like, I have gotten, and we do a sports show, we
People
goof around, we say funny
that's
things.
A dead language.
I'm not kidding. Between tweets, text messages, I've gotten more stuff this morning on Mary's birthday than maybe on anything I've ever gotten in my life.
So this is a big
You're welcome.
theology lesson for you.
Yeah, for everybody, I guess. But see, I'm not wrong.
No, you're not wrong. I was wrong.
Joe steered us down the birthday path this week because he had his birthday on his mind. Happy birthday again.
How many Hail Marys does that
for him, not
forgiveness? Me. I'm saying, what's the number?
Oh, that's at least 5.
That's at least 5?
I'd say,
yeah, you're doing at least 5. Right. You got a 5 o'clock dinner, kick in a few while you're waiting for the food. Be thankful for your blessings and all that stuff.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Yeah. Forgive me, Blessed Mother, for not knowing your birthday. You know.
Joe, how could you have a birthday celebration today after what you just did?
You're going to guilt him into
my
his
birthday?
I think you have to. I think you have to forfeit the birthday today.
I don't think that's true.
But you embarrassed me, yourself, the show.
Well, you overreacted. I mean, you were like violent.
He told me he was at the Vatican. He's got me saying, in nomine Patri Filii, speaking Latin.
Padre, Filio, Spiritus Santo, Amen.
Yeah.
Are you speaking Latin or speaking in tongues? What was that?
That was Latin. All right, buddy? Dead language, my ass. I'll bring it right back. I'll do the whole show tomorrow in Latin.
Give me the Angry Rick again with the Who's Mary.
Joe Leo.
Give me that thing.
There's the Ascension, Joe. Jackwagon. Ugh. Where's Morgan? Get Morgan on the phone. Cancel your birthday. I hope she didn't make plans.
I'm very sorry this happened to you.
Who's Mary?
August 12th. Mother Mary?
Mother of Christ.
Mother of Jesus?
Oh, you hear Joe Leo? Oh, you know, dummies. Mother Mary. Meanwhile, I got the date wrong.
Come on, Joe. That's
what are we doing, Joe?
Is her birthday the same day every single year? And then
That's how birthdays work.
Yeah, that's how birthdays work, unless it's their birthday.
That's a shame because it's such a great job.
Right, it was a good joke, but it just was misguided.
He was so smug in his delivery, it worked. And now it's for nothing.
And for nothing.
Oh, boy. Well, it's still going to be a drop.
This is not a great look for you, Joe.
Still going to be a drop.
Joe, there's a little thing I like to call trust. Okay? And I feel like that's gone now between me and you.
There's a thing I also like. It's called content, and I think we hammered that out of the park today.
I blindly trusted you, and this is where you left me.
Well, no, you chalked it up to the Vatican.
You can't deny the content.
I hope you trip on that homeless guy when you walk out of the studio.
Oh, my goodness.
You believe this guy?
That's
who
what
do you think? Who do you think it would hurt more, the homeless guy or me?
Not you,
Oh,
Joe.
me, Joe.
I hope you don't. You were right. Joe was wrong. Joe treated you like a pigeon too. He's like, yeah, Dan, Mother Mary, wake up.
Yeah. Is her birthday the same day every single year?
That's how birthdays work.
Yeah. Look at me. I was at the Vatican. Well, that really helped today, didn't it, Joe?
Is Easter the same day every year? No.
His birthday's canceled. I'm done.
Well, I think they should cancel your 5 o'clock reservation. You should have to go slum it like everybody else. Just show up unannounced, and then have to sit there and wait in the corner.
I hope Morgan doesn't even get you a card.
She already did. I opened that this morning.
Oh, look at you at 3:30.
You opened it this morning at 2 a.m.?
Dan, he wakes up an hour early to have a bowl of cereal before he goes to work.
Do you really?
Watch some highlights, especially now. You know, there was a big bachelor party over the weekend, so.
Did you have cereal this morning?
I did.
What kind of cereal?
Cheerios.
Where'd you guys
Cheerios?
go to the bachelor party? Like Dave and Buster's? What'd you guys do?
Went up to the Catskills for my best friend's bachelor party. Just had a chill weekend at a really nice house next to Hunter Mountain.
Saw Jackie Mason perform.
What'd you guys do? Like lay in a hot tub together? What'd you do at Catskills?
There was a pool, hot tub, sauna,
Just
arcade.
a sausage fest, huh? You guys play video games?
Is that okay?
We actually did.
It's okay. I think it's okay.
I don't know. I haven't hit the buzzer today.
You had some chances.
I don't feel like I'm back until I hit the buzzer.
So what'd you guys do? Just like dice up some charcuterie and just hang out?
Grill up some steaks.
Some meat and cheese? What a time.
Cured
what a life.
meats.
A couple of beers.
What a weekend you had. Good for you.
He's not the party type, so.
Yeah, sounds like it. Tell ghost stories.
When's the wedding?
September.
Not on a football Sunday, I hope.
No.
Should be a fun shindig.
Make sure you clear it with the Vatican to make sure that the church is okay. Make sure it's not Mary's birthday. That might be Mary's actual birthday.
Joseph.
I don't know how we ever recover from this.
I don't know. I don't think my relationship bounces back. I got to tell you. I feel like I was used. Is what I feel like. I gave you everything I had, Joe.
Like
didn't even Google it.
Like a cheap
I didn't
suit.
even check. It's like, God, Joe Leo's got this. It's his
Now,
birthday. He knows.
now you got to Google everything he says. This is where we are. This is
all
what
right.
we've
Well,
done.
you live and you learn. Yeah, you live and you learn. That's it.
It's an experience.
Dan was right. Joe was wrong.
A lot of pressure for
And
the
we
stuff
move-
you missed
and
now.
we move on. That's
A
it.
lot of pressure.
He better not screw up. He better not screw up things you missed. Stuff you missed.
What, do you still have faith in him to do the stuff you missed
No,
after
how could Dan, how could I? I was
the factual inaccuracies
I
about
had his
Mary's birthday?
back, Dan. I was
We
speaking
all had
Latin.
his back.
No, you didn't have
I
his
didn't.
back.
No, because I was confident.
I had his back. Ray was just along for the ride. Ray's still got to figure out his whole droid situation.
No, that's not to figure out. I'm not changing.
Well, set up a WhatsApp then, would you please?
The last time I tried to do a WhatsApp, you
here
lost
we
your
go.
mind over it.
Here we
You-
go.
You
I got
wanted no
WhatsApp.
part of it.
And
No.
I just gave him the benefit thinking that he maybe got out of Dodge for a couple of days.
No.
He was off, and I didn't communicate with him because I was under the weather, so I didn't know if he had
No.
left.
Well,
and
no.
I'm
So
whatever.
like the other day, I just looked at it, I was like, I feel like the group chat, even when I'm not there, I still feel involved because like guys are talking to each other, and it's like I don't feel like I had heard anything since like Wednesday or Thursday. It was like, what's going on there? And I opened it up. I didn't see anything on the phone. Then I opened it up on the computer, and it just
Right.
like all caught up.
Yeah. Do you think it's fair that you have to walk around with your desktop to respond to text messages?
I'm not trying to do that. No.
Right. So let's make a change.
You make it sound like it's 1987 and he's walking around with a computer, like with a wire like plugged into.
It's diabolical.
gotta check my texts.
Ray, don't
company
take that.
phone. Let's get on it.
No, he needs a company phone. And I told him I'm going to put in a word.
I'll talk to John here, and I'll talk to Kevin when I get back to MSG. We'll get back to work. Yes, I need a company phone.
That's it. Company phone. That's it. Only for company reasons.
And it has to be an iPhone. And it has to be an iPhone.
We'll see how far that gets me.
Has to be an iPhone, right?
Yeah, it has
not
to be.
another
You
stinky
can't go
droid.
a new droid. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's got to be an iPhone.
Yeah.
All right, Joe, are you ready?
I'm ready.
You sure you have all the information buttoned up?
All factual, too.
You're not going to give out, like, holy birthdays that are inaccurate or anything like that?
No, my 12-year-old self is left in the past.
Give a shout-out to Pope Leo maybe along the way?
He has to talk to Jerry Reinsdorf first, but...
Pope Joe Leo?
Let me open my computer just to make sure I can double-check your work here.
Get right on
You're going
that.
to fact-check everything?
Yeah, I'm going to fact-check it.
All right. All right, hit the music. Here we go.
Now.
Walk-up three-pointer. He got it! See ya! Put it in the box!
The you missed.
We're going to start with the Yankees, where we started the show. The Yankees failed to sweep the Atlanta Braves by dropping the series finale 2-1 in 10 innings.
Are you sure?
I'm positive, and I'm sure about this as well. The Yankees' extra inning record now falls to 2-9 this season, and they were held to 1 run for the 20th time in 2026.
This is fine. Everything's fine.
The Yankees also finished with 4 or fewer hits for the 17th time. So the anemic offense just highlighted there. The Yankees are 29-28 in the absence of Aaron Judge, a .219 batting average as a team over that span, lasted on base with a .283 on base, and 27th in baseball with a .669 OPS. They went from averaging 5.2 runs with Judge in the lineup to now just 3.9.
We're getting good
over
at
that
bats.
span.
We're getting good at bats. It's all fine. Mike, where the team's at?
The Mets, they've
Right in
won
front of
5
us.
out of their last 6, and they will test their luck in Atlanta to start the week. Don't look now, but the third wild card spot, Dan and Rick, that's just 11 games out of reach. Now let's talk some soccer, because, we have to talk some soccer.
Yep.
Mexico.
Ahead of the CONCACAF.
Yes, they won their second straight CONCACAF U20 championship after beating the U.S. 2-0 on Sunday in Mexico City. The Americans were reduced to 10 players after Chris Applewhite was shown a red card for slide tackling on a Mexico defender. That'd be Hugo Cambros. And there was minimal contact there, but after VAR review, America's favorite, he was removed from the game in the 28th
the game was
minute.
in Mexico, you said?
Yes,
Well,
Mexico
that's why.
City.
That's all you need to know right there.
So, honey, did you know that the only reason that we made it in 1932 was because there was 13 teams?
I like how you see, like, you're acting. You know what I mean? Like the pause there between because there was only 13 teams. Like it added some more drama to it. You really knocked it out of the park.
Thank you.
Yeah. Lisp and all.
Joaquin Nyman finishes the Live Golf New York with a -16, shot a final round 69 to win the Live
Neiman,
Golf
but
New
that's
York.
fine. Yeah.
Let me
at
fact check.
Trump National Golf
Yep.
Club.
Says his birthday's on Wednesday.
Neiman?
Joaquin
Not Nyman?
Yep. No, not Nyman.
Sorry,
So
Joaquin.
we just want to make sure we got the golf in for you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is lives in all
Dire
sorts
straits.
of disarray right now. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In the WNBA, Kayla McBride of the Minnesota Lynx set the WNBA single-game three-point record by hitting 10 threes from behind the arc as the Lynx beat Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings 103-90. The Liberty drubbed friend of the show Becky Hammond and the Las Vegas Aces 111-71. And some melancholy news here. To end sim, Don Nelson, it was announced that he passed away yesterday at the age of 86. Nelson, he holds the second most wins in NBA history, coaching wins, that is, with 1,335. He was a 3-time Coach of the Year, which is tied for the most with Greg Popovich and Pat Riley. He was also inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame in 2012, and he's most famous, obviously, as a coach with the Golden State Warriors, with the We Believe Warriors, who beat the one-seeded Mavericks in 2007. He's also a 5-time champion with the Celtics as a player, playing 14 seasons from 62 to 76. And in a message, his family said, on Sunday morning, our beloved husband, dad, grandfather, and great-grandfather, Don Nelson, peacefully went to the Lord, surrounded by his loving family. Throughout his last week, friends and family encircled him with love, sharing blessings of friendship and revisiting treasured memories.
And when he retired, and all kidding aside, he became a pothead, right, in Hawaii.
That's right. I'd forgotten about that.
He literally went out there and grew marijuana with Willie Nelson. Retired to Hawaii.
He was talking about the You Gotta Believe Warriors. Did you see what Monte Ellis had said earlier?
Yes. But it's funny. Like, now, look, I understand, like, that team, okay, like they upset the Mavericks or whatever. I still think of him in his Golden State coaching tenure more for Run TMC and those teams.
The first run.
Yeah, the first run.
Yeah.
Even though those guys didn't really like make a lot of noise in the playoffs. And by the way, that group didn't last long. I don't think they lasted 2 full years. Because Mitch Richmond got traded to Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
But Richmond, Hardaway, and Chris Mullin, I mean, that was fun. And that was before, like, you got to see those teams play a lot because there wasn't satellite back then and all that other stuff. But those were fun teams.
I think that's it.
That's all you got?
That's
I didn't
all
know
we
if you want
got.
to add anything. Rick, you want to add anything about Don Nelson? No?
No, I thought the sprinkling in the whole, like, he started growing pot thing was a nice little touch at the end.
He did for a lot of years.
I'd forgotten that was a
He had
thing,
like a
to be honest
ponytail.
with
Like
you.
he literally was living the Hawaiian life.
I think people are kind of at home wishing that Joe Leo had done that in retirement as opposed to now with this showing today. I don't know how else to describe what just went on today.
He just fell off a cliff with that. With the
This is why he wakes up and eats
earlier this hour.
It's the munchies. Call it what it is. That's why he wakes up at 2:30.
So you think the
today.
Mary thing had an impact on Sim?
You think that was a pothead situation?
Yeah, I think he woke up.
That
I think he got him he wake and bake situation. Got himself all blazed up. Had a bowl of cereal. All confused.
Yikes!
He's bringing back his trip when he's 12 years old to the Vatican.
Did you really go to the Vatican when you were 12?
Yes.
Really? Wow.
I thought it was recent. See, that's my fault. I take blame.
And that was another thing because I thought that it was a recent
It's
trip.
17 years ago.
Well, also when he said the Vatican, I thought he could have looked online. Don't they have Vatican.com?
No, he said he was at the Vatican.
It's a .com situation, not a .org.
He said
.net.
I think he specifically said that he'd spoken to people at the Vatican.
Right? Maybe it's my fault. Did he not make it seem like he was just recently at the Vatican?
That's how it sounded.
Thank
you.
you.
Yes, I made the same assumption
Right.
until I later heard him say
17
I was
years ago.
12 years old. He didn't say 17 years ago, but he did say 12 years old. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. I didn't say that out loud, but internally I was like,
right.
Oh, this was not a recent trip.
They have like a commissary at the Vatican, like a snack area.
I wouldn't know. Wasn't allowed to go in.
I'm gonna go ahead and
So when you visit the Vatican, you don't like go into the Vatican?
Gates were closed.
What is it? The Wonka
You didn't even go
factory?
in?
What are you talking about?
It was
The gates were
It was
closed.
a holy day.
It was a holy day.
No, we don't know if
What was it? Christmas?
Let me rephrase this.
No, it was the Ascension of Mary.
It was the Ascension of Mary.
It wasn't her birthday. It wasn't Christmas. It was the Assumption of Mary. The Assumption of Mary. Not the
Assumption of
Ascension,
Mary.
but yeah.
August. So you were there on August 15th.
August 15th.
So it was right around your birthday when you turned 12.
Correct.
Was it a trip for your 12th birthday specifically?
Yes.
Well, again,
Dude, when I turned
what a
12, I
life.
didn't get to go to Italy.
I'm sorry this happened to you.
Wow, that's a birthday trip. Italy?
Jeez.
Nice.
The one
for the
thing that
Leos.
my grandparents said, all their grandchildren when they turn 12, pick a place that you want to go in the world, and we'll take
Really?
you.
12?
Yep.
Like normally, okay, you're like 18 or something, but 12? That's
So
pretty
Joe
good.
Leo's another one at the station that comes from tremendous wealth.
It's amazing. It really is incredible.
Good for you. You and Jefferson. Jefferson comes from tremendous wealth also.
Does Jefferson come from wealth?
Oh,
I didn't,
yeah.
See, you never conveyed that to me.
Oh, it's
Big
one of
time.
the great legends of this place.
Oh,
Does
yeah.
it really?
Oh yeah.
I mean, he is the...
What does he
like,
come from? Like oil family or something?
Grandparents.
I don't
Big
know.
money.
I don't know where it comes, but it's old money.
Old
Old money.
Oh, yeah.
I never knew. See, that affects our friendship.
Boy's going to Augusta every year.
Oh, yeah.
He does travel a lot.
Oh,
Didn't he just go to Europe? Or he was going to Europe, right? He was saying.
been all over the place.
I believe so. Yeah.
I think he's in Spain this week.
Jeez.
There you go.
yeah.
Him and Carlos Alcaraz.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Joe's up in the Catskills, just running amok.
You come from money. Couldn't you go for a ritzier bachelor party than the Catskills?
It
I
wasn't
wasn't
his
in
bachelor
charge.
party.
I wasn't in charge.
Joe's going to Legoland at his bachelor party.
And that's my neck of the woods. Don't be screwing the 845 like that.
Wow, that's why I said it. Legoland's a beautiful place. guys have tons of fun.
Traffic nightmare.
All right, can we go to break, please?
We're going to have these employees here, like, fill out these 1099s just like and leave them in the kitchen. Just to find out what we can expect from them, that's all.
These guys think they make
next
money.
time, right? Next time you want to pick up lunch and do a good thing, it's like maybe it should be on the other way around.
Yeah. Wait till you're in Turks and Caicos for one of your fancy trips, and then Joe Leo's on the yacht that's pulling
Right,
up.
exactly. The yacht that just pulls up and waves to everybody. Joe Leo with his grandparents celebrating his 39th birthday.
Yeah. I wonder who's running on that treadmill on that yacht. Oh, it's Joe Leo.
With Instagram models all over the place. Oh, gosh. 800-919-3776. It's DNR right here on ESPN New York. Hey, it's 9:30. Let's get a check of the roads and say good morning to Debbie Duhame.
Hi, Dan, Rick, Ray, and Joe Leo. Hey, Joe Leo, happy birthday. Hey, guys, you may want to say some Hail Marys right now in the Cross Bronx. It's bumper to bumper. White Plains Road into the outbound GWB. It's all due to some ongoing issues here on the upper level of the outbound George Washington Bridge. It's a disabled tractor trailer taking 2 lanes. Watch for slowdowns on Town Line Road at Hauppauge. Accident investigation by Evergreen Ave. Whitestood Expressway North at 20 at the collision. Sponsored by RockAuto.com. A bent tie rod can quickly bring a drive to a halt. For the parts needed to get back on the road, visit RockAuto.com. Find a wide selection of quality parts at reliably low prices, delivered right to your door. All the parts your car will ever need. Rock Auto. I'm Debbie Duhame, 880 ESPN New York.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
There are a million reasons to love New York. Making your budget stretch isn't one of them. According to an independent study, Amazon prices average 14% lower than other retailers. Get food, fashion, furniture, and more shipped straight to your building. Plus, another study found Amazon Prescription Pass customers pay nearly 1/3 less out of pocket. Learn more at aboutamazon.com.
Hey, New York and New Jersey. Commitment issues? No problem. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $25 a month forever, as in for life. Switch now at boostmobile.com. After 30 gigabytes, you may experience slower speeds. Pay $25 a month as long as you stay on the Boost Mobile Unlimited plan.
When care matters most, experience matters more. The Allure Group is redefining rehabilitation and long-term care across New York with 6 convenient locations. Their expert clinicians create personalized care plans to help you recover, rebuild, and get back to what matters most. From short-term rehab to long-term care, Allure is committed to comfort, dignity, and results. To learn more, visit allurecare.com. The Allure Group, where care meets compassion.
Introducing Wrangler Tough Light Jeans. The cowboy cuts you know and love. Now up to 20% lighter. Because lighter isn't a compromise. It's a better way to wear denim. Stay cool. Move with ease. Keep doing what you do. The durability you expect from Wrangler without the extra weight. Wrangler Tough Light. Tough jeans just got lighter.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
Dan and Rick, DNR, here on ESPN New York on this Monday, 800-919-3776. Yankees off today. They will welcome in the Seattle Mariners for the first of 3 coming up tomorrow. The slumping Seattle Mariners. Brian Wu is actually going to get the start against the Yankees, who almost, what was it, 2 years ago, where he had like a perfect game going at the stadium? And then the Yankees actually came back and won that game, believe it or not. Has not had as good a year as you would expect from him. So that is what the Yanks will face tomorrow. Mets road trip continues tonight. They are going to be in Hotlanta to take on the Braves for the first of three. Nolan McLean getting the ball. I believe it's Nolan McLean, or is this tonight Christian Scott? It is Christian Scott, excuse me. And that is a 7:15 first pitch. I believe our coverage right here on ESPN 880 begins at 6:30. So there you go. We got all the particulars out of the way as far as the Mets and the Yankees are concerned. Right now, is it unrealistic? Because we've talked about the football this morning, and I think that the general consensus, most people are higher on the Giants than the Jets going into this year, right?
Yes.
You would agree, right? Like, I mean, doesn't mean they're going to be right, but I think, like, based on the offseason and everything that you factor in, people are higher on the Giants. Is it ridiculous to suggest, because this is the time of year where, hope springs eternal, is it crazy to suggest that we could have two teams in this town that come Thanksgiving still have a pulse? Which is not asking for a lot.
No, it's not asking for a lot, but you're also talking about teams that won, a combined 7 games last season. Right? The Jets started off 0-7. The season was over. You start trading away what you thought were, foundational pieces. I think the biggest holdup for Jets fans, and the ones that I've, had the chance to speak to and we've taken phone calls from, is the coach and the quarterback. Right? I mean, the reason why you're excited about the Giants is because everyone thinks that Jackson Dart's going to be a really good quarterback, and you hired John Harbaugh. Right? I mean, if the Jets had John Harbaugh and Jackson Dart, we'd be having a completely different conversation about the Jets.
And that's the big is that not the big difference between the two, right? The perception?
It's the biggest. It's the biggest difference.
Not even close.
You'd be hard-pressed to have a worse rookie season as a head coach in the NFL than Aaron Glenn had last year. Right? All in.
Mm-hmm.
From how he handled to the media, Ask Rich, all of it. End of half, end of games.
Forgot about Ask Rich.
All of it. I mean, it's just it was like the masterclass of how not to do it.
Ask Rich.
And then he's talking about the superpowers and Geno to the promise. Take us to the promise. Like it's just that until you see it, right, you won't believe it.
That's what we do, baby.
Like he's gonna have to prove it. And now, I mean, with the added pressure of, he doesn't get his wish to hire Wink Martindale, and he's calling the plays. So what does the defense look like? There's no question.
I'm not trying to be a butthole.
Like, that's another one. Why can't you just share? I mean, that was a simple question. I'm going to keep that to myself. Well, why?
But the Geno Smith vibes, and I know it's camp, but the Geno Smith vibes, I think, are generally positive so far.
Yeah.
And like I said, the bar is nowhere near as high as you want it to be as far as the quarterback position is concerned.
No.
But they're going to get better quarterback play than they got last year. And like I said, low bar, but that's a starting point. Would you agree?
It's the most important position in sports. So, yeah. I mean, if you get a better version of Geno Smith, or you see, some semblance of what you saw in the first couple of years in Seattle with, Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall and a good offensive line and all the different weapons that you have, then yeah. I mean, but you're also talking about a defense last year that, didn't have one interception. It was bad. So, like, I mean, there's multiple phases to this thing. The special teams was the best thing you had going for you last year.
Just want to remind you, there was a stretch, a 3 out of a 4-game stretch last year for Fields, passing yards, 45 yards, 46 yards. Then there was a 244 in the game they won.
Right.
Then back down to 54 yards. Like that.
Well, I think that's part of the concern also.
That's real NFL football quarterback play.
Right, but we heard, I mean, you remember you were at all these practices, but like the videos coming out of camp where he's trying to complete like a 5-yard ball to Garrett Wilson behind the line of scrimmage and he dirted it. And it's like, well, what's going on? Oh, don't worry, you're not seeing anything. Like this is all vanilla because we're building the whole system around, Justin Fields. And that was a handpicked guy by Aaron Glenn. And he stunk. And
that's why I said earlier, like, regardless of what the expectations are, like we saw Zach Wilson struggle in training camp and struggle in padless practices and 7-on-7s, and you're like, well, this guy's the second pick in the draft. Shouldn't he be able to make these throws? Justin Fields, we saw him struggle in camp last year. So, again, you're not setting a high bar, but this is a professional quarterback. This is a guy who's had Pro Bowl seasons, and his bad football last year.
Right, but, I mean, I think the conversation around the Jets is more complex than, like, hey, if we just get good quarterback play. Like, I think there's so much more that goes into it, though. It's because I think that most Jets fans don't believe at all that Aaron Glenn's going to be is going to be a good head coach moving forward. And the realization, and you said this the other day, I think you were doing the show with, I forget who you were doing it with. Like, it was Carlin, I think. Geno Smith's 35 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So even if Geno Smith has one of the Pro Bowl seasons, not that the Pro Bowl means anything anymore, or he throws for 4,000 yards and has 28 and 12, whatever the numbers end up being, you still need to draft the quarterback.
Right.
Right. He's not your quarterback moving forward. That's why the idea of like a Baker Mayfield being available potentially or something like that, because you do have a lot of talent, and it feels like you could be a team that wins now. And then the other part of this is the 3 first-round picks, right? That's just looming. And also, like when you look at the start of the start of your season, if you lose that first game in Tennessee, there's a real chance you start off the season 0-4, and then what?
Yeah, then the pressure mounts. If they drop the first one, even though obviously it's not the end-all, be-all, but given what they've just come off of last season, to your point, that's going to be a rough week. Like, the you know what I mean? Like, the week leading into the home opener, it's going to get loud.
Real loud.
It's going to get loud.
Especially because it's the Salah.
Yes.
Right? So, I mean, the idea that this is going to be an improved team, I can completely believe that it'll be an improved team because it can't get worse than it was last year. It's got to be better than it was last year.
Speaking of Salah, by the way, I'll tell you the one guy who looks legit, and the Jets are going to have to deal with him week 1, and we talked about a secondary, which is still trying to find its way. Carnell Tate, from all things that are being said out of Tennessee, he's legit. Their first-round pick.
It feels like if you were to pick a quarterback in year 2 that's going to have that big jump, it feels like Cam Ward might be.
Well, but again, he's not lighting it on fire. He's still very inconsistent. Now, you could say that he's having to learn a brand new offense again, his second in as many years, which doesn't do him any favors. So it's one thing to have the dynamic wide receiver, but if you don't have a quarterback that's capable of getting him the ball, then what good is it? Right? So Carnell Tate is only going to be as good as Cam Ward is.
Right, but I have a feeling that Cam Ward is going to be pretty good. I mean, you can say what you want about Brian Daboll as a head coach. Brian Daboll was almost his worst nightmare. But it was his worst enemy by getting Jackson Dart as ready as Jackson Dart was.
See what's going on? Do you see what's going on with the Colts wide receiver situation? Alec Pierce still hasn't practiced.
No.
Okay. Josh Downs is down.
Pittman's gone.
Right. So those are your top 2 guys who haven't even aren't on the practice field.
You got a stud tight end though.
You got a great tight end. And who's your quarterback?
That's Daniel Jones coming off Achilles.
Right.
That's right.
Not exactly Brett Favre when it comes to suiting up every single Sunday.
He's playing great football before he broke his leg.
That's great. So was
I
Carson.
Can't believe he's back.
Yeah. So was Carson Wentz the year he was going to win the MVP until he
didn't. Why are you choosing now to be negative?
Well, because I'm just saying. Well, because you know why? You know why I'm being negative? Because the Jets have their first-round pick. That's why.
I know. That's going to be a team I root against.
When we had Azariah Thomas on last week, his brother is on the Colts, and I even asked him while he was on the air with us. We were at a Jet camp. I said, so, you know that you do have their first-round pick. So do you kind of, root for him to maybe not win many games, even though he's your brother? He didn't realize that.
Sorry, Wanye.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, buddy.
Sorry.
What's a realistic number you think for the Jets? Win-wise?
7.
7's realistic?
Mm-hmm. 6, 7.
I was going to say 6.
Yeah, that seems about right. That seems about right.
I'd be interested to see what it looks like if they do start 0-4. What that?
Why even put those vibes out into the universe?
Oh,
Now, look, that's why I was a little tiffed at the schedule. It would be nice to have like a Cleveland in the first 4 or that Dolphin game in the first 4, just to build some equity.
You got the NFC North in the first 4.
What I mean.
I think you should look at it as a positive no matter what happens. If you start well, then you're improving. That's good. If you start terrible 0-4 and it just plummets, well, you know what? You're going to have 3 first-rounders, and one of them will be right at the top of the draft.
Co-defensive rookies of the year this year, Ray? Caleb Downs, David Bailey?
Listen, worry about that when the time comes. I'm just trying not to get too overhyped about Caleb Downs right now.
It's good. It's a good player.
Hell of a player.
It's a good player. It's a good player. Ray's going to give us the 3 stars when we return. It's been a fun one today. Dan and Rick, DNR, ESPN New York.
There you were, surrounded by fans. Everybody remembers the game. Nobody remembers the guy coughing behind you. Till a few days later, at 2 a.m., you wake up with a fever and your throat's on fire. Now what? Urgent care? Closed. ER? Slammed. Telehealth? Maybe, but the pharmacy's closed. You needed a medical emergency kit. These aren't first aid kits. They contain essential prescriptions used for over 30 common conditions. Sinus and ear infection, UTIs, stomach bugs, traveler's diarrhea, and more on hand before you need them. Use your doctor-developed guidebook to select the right prescription or call their telemedicine doctor standing by. It's like an urgent care and drugstore at home. When you're sick, traveling, or stranded, you'll wish you'd ordered a medical emergency kit. Order online in minutes, and it's shipped to your door. And save $45 with my promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880. That's promo code 880 at urgentcarekit.com/880.
Hi, this is Don LaGreca. Just like the New Jersey Devils bring intensity on the ice, Viking Pest Control brings the same level of protection to your home. And I know because I use Viking at my own place. The season may be over, but pests are always in play. So it's time to lock in your off-season defense. As the pest control provider and proud partner of the Devils, Viking delivers 45 years of trusted experience to keep ants, cockroaches, stinging insects, rodents, mosquitoes, and more out of your zone. And when you bundle pest control mosquito services, you score big savings. One call, one company, total peace of mind. Visit VikingPest.com, protecting your home inside and out.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CASH to borrow up to $10,000.
Congratulations, New York. The Knicks did it. Through battle after battle, they dominated to become this year's NBA champions. Day in and day out, the hard work paid off, and you were there every step of the way. Enjoy the crown. Own it, because this year is your year. A part of your legacy that will never be forgotten. So celebrate this moment, show your pride, and shop the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
All right, Dan and Rick, DNR, wrapping up a tremendous Monday show to kick off the start of the week. Carlin's coming up in about 10 minutes or so. But I know that before we get out of Dodge, you have to tell all of us something about our friends at Tricon.
A couple things here. You should be a good friend and stick around with Carlin and help him out. And second, Joe, any reason you played that song?
It might be for later.
Okay, got it. All right.
I think you know.
The big balls. Okay, when you're developing a commercial project, choosing the right construction partner, it matters. Tricon Construction is expanding across New Jersey and taking on bigger, more complex projects with the experience and discipline those jobs require. They understand the pressures developers face, schedules, budgets, capital, reputation, and the need to keep everything moving. Tricon brings leadership, accountability, and clear project management from start to finish. For commercial construction done professionally and done right, make sure you visit triconbuilds.com. That's triconbuilds.com.
Very nicely done. Tremendous. We couldn't end the show today without it. Shout out to all our friends at Tricon. So you asked me the question, what do you view as a realistic number?
Realistic number, I would say probably 6.
Okay.
6 wins. I think you got a couple tough stretches.
Giants, the problem with the Giants, like if you come up with a Giants number, their schedule, especially like after Thanksgiving, especially, is so daunting.
Yeah.
At least on paper.
At least on paper, and you don't know, right? I mean, we're sitting here talking about the NFC North, but I mean, again, we just are speculating that those 3 teams are going to be really good teams. And New England will be good. I mean, then even with the Jets schedule, though, we'll see if they can keep it together if they start 0-4. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully, they find a way to either win in Tennessee or, beat Green Bay, Detroit, or Chicago, like one of those, because you feel like they'll beat Cleveland. But then you got that run where it's Kansas City, Buffalo, Los Angeles, and then Miami, who should stink. And then you're in your last 5 weeks of the season. The only team you really look at in the last 5 is Arizona. You got Denver, New England, Minnesota, and Buffalo.
Well, like Ray said, I think that the first 4, for example, it could present, tremendous opportunity, right? If let's say some way they come out of that 2-2, then you're off and running. Then then we got a season we're talking about here, right? Imagine if you're 2-2.
That's the hope. That's the hope. That's the hope. Just Aaron Glenn had growing pains. It didn't work out. Geno Smith was a product of a bad situation. Chip Kelly, the whole deal. And all of a sudden we come out of the gate and it looks really good.
Hey, Green Bay lost their first road game last year in Week 3 at Cleveland. They couldn't beat the Browns in Cleveland. And you're not going to have Micah Parsons this game. Who knows?
Yeah, plenty of people say that the first 4 weeks in the NFL are like extended training camp anyway. So maybe that's the time. Maybe that's the time to catch them.
Who does Green Bay have Week 1?
Green Bay Week 1. That's a great question.
I can tell you, like a short week or something.
I can tell you right now. I wouldn't ask Joe Leo
because
his information's not great.
At Vikings, so it's a normal week. So that's Green Bay. Green Bay opens up back-to-back on the road. How about that?
Yep.
3 of their first 4 on the road. Interesting. There's some people that are kind of like mixed on Green Bay. They're like, could be. They're a team obviously that's going to have to kind of stem the tide a little bit until they get back to full health, which is, you don't know exactly when.
Yeah, I think that, when you look at Jordan Love, I think a lot of people are just expecting Jordan Love to have a really good season, and then by the time Micah comes back, I've seen both things. I've seen them as like the favorite, like people think they're going to win the division, and I've seen people that have, I think Detroit right now is the betting favorite to win the division, correct? Last time I checked.
Detroit is?
Is it now Detroit, Ray?
I've got to check that. That's surprising, actually. Actually, no, it's not really that surprising.
I thought it would be Green Bay or Chicago, no?
But hang on.
I think that with Chicago, people are pointing to the fact that they had so many takeaways last year.
Yeah, the Lions plus 170.
Really?
Right.
Yeah, the Packers down plus 225.
Well, I know that
somehow the Bears are down to plus 305.
I know that Campbell's been very salty already in terms of the Rams. Because everybody wants to basically anoint the Rams and crown the Rams. And Dan Campbell was like, just go ahead and do it. Crown
He's giving you the Denny Green?
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what they are. You know what happened 2 months ago today on this day? Not Mary's birthday. Something else.
2 months ago.
But they are who we thought they were.
That was how many years ago?
2 months.
What happened 2 months ago? I don't know.
Game 4.
Really?
We have the highlight.
The tip-in?
Oh, that was Game 4.
Give me that.
I should have given you more heads up, but we could hear it one more time. We could hear it about 80 more times.
Not great timing, Daniel.
Brunson at midcourt. Launches a straight on 3. Missed it short. Tip by Anunoby. He put it in. Anunoby put it in. The Knicks take the lead with 1.2 to go. Anunoby
it's not over.
Out of nowhere.
Wow.
Timeout San Antonio.
What a moment.
And then shout out Cat on the inbounds pass.
Yep.
Getting,
got the
getting
deflection.
piece.
Yep.
Well, OG was the block initially, too.
Josh tweeted this weekend.
What'd he say?
I gotta pull up the Josh tweet. I don't want to misquote him. He basically said Cat saved him, basically.
Yeah, he's been on record saying that.
He had a wide open dunk, basically.
Right, he's been on record saying that.
Remember, Josh missed the layup, whatever you want to call it. Then down the other end of the floor, he forgot to box out and let what's-his-name come in and grab the rebound.
Right, and that's probably an easy layup or a dunk for Castle if Cat doesn't get his hand on that.
God, what a night.
According to Shaq, it was lucky.
Brady Cook was there at the Garden to witness it all.
Brother, he would have dunked. He would have dunked the hell out of that ball. LOL, shout out Cat.
Yep, shout out Cat. Shout out everybody. Shout out everybody. And Joe Leo, a happy birthday to him, even though he got Mary's birthday all mixed up. He has a 5 o'clock reservation today, so hopefully he enjoys that. Good job by you, sir. Good job by Raymond. Great having him back from vacation. And now Raymond is going to close us out with today's 3 stars.
Today's 3 stars.
Boy, this is my favorite part of the entire program. I'm so happy to be back. And just the interactions that get had around here. You're in the hallway. You're asking for a throwback. to basically. You asked this question.
So what was the stuff around like 9/11, the white powder stuff? And then all of a sudden, Carlin, who's in the next room behind me, you hear this voice from afar, and he's like, anthrax.
It's really notable. It's not even the most questionable thing you said today.
We're a wealth of information at this place.
You really are.
You know what I mean? You're going to sit there and pound like pounds of meat.
It's another questionable thing you said today, but it's not even the most off-color thing that was said around these parts.
Number 2.
No, really not around these parts, but just said. Shout out to Adam Vinatieri on his Hall of Fame speech. Yeah, Rick, that's why we played the rejoin.
Pat McAfee's here in the crowd today. Great to see you, brother. The only person who enjoyed holding my balls more than my wife.
And to be clear, he's talking about holding for field goals in the offseason.
I bet he was.
Yep.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
He was a kicker.
Oh, boy.
Number 1.
And apologies to the Blessed Virgin Mother, but
I can't believe we're issuing apologies.
It's Mary's birthday, but other than that.
On Wednesday?
Yeah.
Who's Mary?
Who is Mary?
Yeah.
Who's Mary?
August 12th. Mother Mary?
Mother of Christ.
Mother of Jesus?
I mean, I'm laughing because he's so matter-of-fact about it, almost smug about his delivery.
Is her birthday the same day every single year?
That's how birthdays work.
And then we come to find out it's not actually the Virgin Mary's birthday. It's actually, she does not share the birthday with Joe Leo, but the birthday of Joe Leo happens to fall on the Assumption of the Blessed Mother Mary. So
she shares a birthday with Oprah.
So however many Hail Marys Joe Leo has to do to clear that up, he's got to do.
I'll call it Pope Leo.
He'll ask Pope Leo for forgiveness tomorrow.
Unbelievable. You learn something new every day.
Trust is gone.
It's incredible.
Yep.
Great job, everybody. How about a little Rule 76?
No excuses, play the Knicks. It's DiPietro Rothenberg.
Happy birthday, Joe Leo.
Right here on ESPN New York and on YouTube.
Or you get a free kick on
Honey, when we get home, we'll practice our set pieces.
Hey guys, it's Peter Rosenberg, and listen, you know me. I'm always honest about what's going on with my life, and recently I've just been dealing with some nagging pain that I finally decided I wasn't going to ignore anymore. So I ran into my guy, Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Pain. Decided to set a meeting, and after we talked, I understood why so many people recommend him. He's Ivy League trained, all right? He's the real deal. He's double board certified, and he takes a non-surgical approach to helping people get back to living their lives. If pain is keeping you from enjoying your summer, don't just live with it. Go check out Samwell Pain. Visit SamwellPain.com. Trust me.
Hey, New York and New Jersey, Boost Mobile has an unlimited talk, text, and data plan that's only $25 a month forever, meaning you'll only ever pay $25 a month for the rest of your life. Who wouldn't want unlimited wireless when it only costs $25 a month forever? If you don't, you must be one of those people who enjoy overpaying for their phone plan. $25 a month forever is truly as good as it gets, so go online and switch now at boostmobile.com. After 30 gigabytes, customers may experience slower speeds. Customers will pay $25 a month as long as they remain active on the Boost Mobile Unlimited plan.
Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hop in a John Deere Gator XUV for a day's work. Let's see what's on the to-do list. There goes the tree. And the fence. Not a problem. Because you've got a cargo box filled with solutions. Up to 4,000 pounds of towing capacity. And you're ready to roll.
The power's out!
Here we go again.